fitted in this auditorium. So those of us here this afternoon or this evening, we represent the views of all our colleagues in the media fraternity and represent the voice of the people. A few housekeeping rules. Let's restrict our movement as much as possible. Should be extremely important before you rise from your seat. Let's go almost zero on interactions and conversations. The focus should be on the leader, the flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and yourself, because it's an interaction between him and you. And so if you have anything to say, our expectation is that you'll be speaking to him, and he would also be speaking to you and the millions of Ghanaians across the country. I would say the opening prayer myself, then we can start. Please, let's bow our heads for a quick opening prayer. Father, Lord, we thank you for such a moment. Thank you for a day like this. We commit this evening's engagement, interaction, conversation, and deliberation into your hands. Be with us till the very end. And all we ask for is a very successful evening. These are many more we ask. In the name of Jesus. Amen. I would also go ahead and quickly indicate that we have in our midst this evening several high-ranking officials of government in our party and also of the Dr. Bawumia campaign team. I'll try as much as possible to keep the introduction really short, but as many as I can identify from here, I'd mention. So I see members of our manifesto committee and ministers of state. I see Deputy Minister for Transport, Honorable Tampuri, please put your hands together for our Deputy Minister for Transport. I also see our Minister for Public Sector Enterprises. Honorable, you are very much welcome. I see our Deputy Minister for Works and Housing, Honorable Hamid, is also here with us. I see Honorable Kojo Opon Kroma, Minister for Works and Housing, also here with us. I see Honorable Atachia is also well seated with us. Dr. Insiasare. I see the National Youth Organizer, Salam Mustafa, is here. Our campaign manager, Honorable Opariansa, is here. Our Deputy Campaign Chairman, Mr. Fredowari, is here. Our Minister for Information, Honorable Fati Matu Abubakar, is also here with us. We also have in our midst our campaign chairman, Honorable Dan Butri, also in our midst here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we have this evening in our midst our running mate, the running mate of the New Patriotic Party, the incoming Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Honorable Matthew Opoku Prempe. Please put your hands together for incoming His Excellency. This evening, speaking to the whole of Ghana and listening to the whole of Ghana is the flag bearer and leader of our party, the New Patriotic Party, and the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Please, let's acknowledge his presence. I have already indicated that we have media representation from every region here in this room with us. And so the numbers are large. We have here, Your Excellency, 200 media persons from across the country. And so they are ready to have a very fruitful interaction with you. I would go straight to business of the day, and I would invite our campaign chairman, Honorable Dan Butri, to give us a brief welcome remarks, and then we would continue the event. Please put your hands together for Honorable Dan Butri, the campaign chairman for the Bawumia campaign 2024.
Thank you very much. the miracles. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, and the presidential candidate of New Patriotic Party. The Vice Presidential candidate of New Patriotic Party, Honorable Matthew Opoku-Prempeh. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in actual fact, we normally give vote of thanks at the close of program. But you see, the media, at times they can go out and file their reports. So I'm actually thanking the Almighty God for travel mercies, bringing people, our friends from all the 16 regions here. We thank the Almighty God for travel mercies. And also thank you very much for the support you've given since we started the campaign. In the first phase of the campaign, when His Excellency and the presidential candidate toured the regions, for the stakeholder consultations with the House of Chiefs, religious leaders, and other stakeholders, you were with us. And I am satisfied on behalf of the campaign of the reportage we've had and the interaction we've had. And we thank you very much for that. We do appreciate that for what you've done so far. From 1992, and those of you who were around, you will have noticed that, you will realize that we had a very short time to form our party, New Patriotic Party, when the ban on political parties was lifted. But within a very short time, being who we are, true preceptors of democratic governance in Ghana, we put out a manifesto stating publicly our intentions, our motives, and our ideas. With a firm belief that when put into practice, it will move this country forward. And we have always done that. You were with us in Takoradi when our presidential candidate, the vice president, put out the manifesto. It's also important that we give you the chance. We are always prepared to, through you, talk to Ghanaians, and through you, listen to Ghanaians. That's why we are met here today. If you get the abridged version of our manifesto, the last page, it says, to lead is to solve. And we say it emphatically, that we have demonstrated throughout the manifesto a clear understanding of what keeps you and other Ghanaians awake. The proposals we have laid out are designed to provide solutions to everyday issues for all Ghanaians and the business community. Politics and the ideas and the principles we have, if we put it forward, the grace of God, we get the chance to lead the country. We listen, our ideas should resonate with the broad mass of the people of Ghana. And we believe that we have a man who has dedicated his life to the service of Ghana. Very humble, but yet very fair, very strong in his beliefs. Dedicated his life to serve. We believe that in the next 3 months, through you, as we explain, interact with Ghanaians, and explain more our manifesto, and listen to you, Ghanaians will understand us and know that yes, we have a man who we give, when we give him the chance, will pursue policies and programs that will upgrade the quality of life of the Ghanaian. This is His Excellency, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. And I have the honor of inviting His Excellency to address us.
Thank you very much, Honorable Damboche, let me stand on the existing protocols and ask, this is a very, very important meeting with the media, and you have a very difficult job to do as the media, sometimes through your work, as hard as it is. People lose their lives. This is how difficult it is for the media. And so before we really proceed, I want to ask, in honor of the memory of members of the media who've lost their lives in carrying out their job, to get up and let us have a minute's silence before we proceed. May their souls and those of all who have departed rest in perfect peace. Amen. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the media. I warmly welcome you to our maiden media encounter. The notice, I know, was short, and you responded. Particularly exciting is that media practitioners from the 16 regions of our country are duly represented here tonight. I am grateful that you've traveled that far and near to listen to me speak and ask the critical questions agitating your minds and those of our people. This engagement tonight was originally planned for June 26, 2024, and had to be suspended to make way for a broader consultation, the choice also of my running mate, and the launch of our manifesto, all of which have now been completed. The media plays an important role in the democratic process, and those seeking to govern our nation must be interested in partnering with the media to ensure accountability, dissemination of ideas, and critical scrutiny of public policy proposals. The MPP views the media as an important ally in our national development agenda and our quest to expand the frontiers of democratic governance in Ghana. It was thus the MPP under President John Agyekum Kufuor that repealed the criminal libel law to allow, in addition to the rights guaranteed by the 1992 Constitution, for the media to fully perform its functions. Again, another MPP president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, passed the Right to Information Law to enhance the work of the media. We are partners with you, and a partnership I will continue to keep as the new leader of the MPP. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are aware, in November last year, I was elected as the presidential candidate of the New Patriotic Party for the December 2024 elections. In my campaign for the flag bearership, you offered me extensive coverage, and this resulted in no small way in my decisive victory. Since then, I have traveled the country and engaged with fellow citizens on the way forward for our nation. I've met with traditional rulers, religious rulers, students, market women, the youth, and many identifiable groups. I've listened to the great ideas they shared with me. Some have asked questions about the performance of our government in the last 7 years. Some have praised the remarkable achievements of President Akufo-Addo. Similarly, some have offered advice. I've also taken advantage of my engagements to recount the many successes of the government of President Akufo-Addo. I have also, in my encounters, acknowledged the economic difficulties citizens have faced, especially between 2020 and 2022, and the interventions we've made to bring back the economy. Last week, the MPP presented its 2024 manifesto in Takoradi. In our manifesto, we have laid down comprehensive economic proposals to sustain the rebounding economy, reduce the cost of living, stabilize the currency, empower businesses, and reform the tax administration and deliver jobs. Ladies and gentlemen, we are committed to deepening media freedoms and plurality. Recognizing the vital role of the media in promoting democratic governance and economic development, and in preventing disinformation in the digital age, in line with our philosophy and reaffirming our commitment to upholding the fundamental right to free speech and media freedoms and expanding the frontiers of individual rights, we will pass and fully implement the broadcasting bill, if not done before the final session of Parliament this year, to better safeguard media freedoms and pluralism. Further, resource the Media Capacity Enhancement Program to continue enhancing the knowledge and skills of journalists, continue to implement the coordinated mechanism for the safety of journalists, strengthen public media, including GBC, GNA, community radio, and other public media institutions to promote diverse perspectives and voices, to modernize and retool the Information Services Department to enhance its effectiveness, better resource the National Media Commission to execute its mandate, and enhance access to information by facilitating right to information requests by the media petitioners and citizens who cannot afford access to information. We also want to preserve our heritage by working with tourism, creative arts, and heritage stakeholders to embark on a massive archival project to protect our historic forms and documents. Finally, harmonize public relations at all ministries, departments, and agencies to promote effective communication. Ladies and gentlemen, I represent the future, and Ghana needs an upgrade and not a reset. And so, I've also outlined my 14 key commitments to the Ghanaian people. These are to sustain and expand Ghana's rebounding economy, create new jobs, implement wide-ranging tax reforms, build Ghana into a world-class digital economy, reduce the cost of living, expand public infrastructure, provide better health care for all, implement affirmative action for women and girls, and expand educational opportunities for all, provide good governance, care for the elderly, protect our environment, boost sports, creative arts, and tourism, protect our borders while keeping our neighborhoods safe. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is an opportunity for the media to thoroughly examine the proposals in our manifesto and offer criticisms where necessary. We are ready to listen. let me take advantage of your presence here to state my firm commitment to free, fair, and peaceful elections in December. The quest for political power should not be an end in itself. It should be mounted on the desire to transform lives and make Ghana, our motherland, a better place for us all. However, it is becoming increasingly worrying that some people have gained the notoriety of churning out incendiary language, threatening fire and brimstone if the good people of Ghana give the mandate to rule to a group other than theirs. Whilst nobody profits from violence and chaos, it bears repeating that not a single drop of Ghanaian blood should be sacrificed for power. Our party is determined to pitch our ideas, as we have always done, and to demonstrate the superiority of our ideas over and above what any other party can offer. My pledge and that of the MPP is to run a campaign of ideas and to conduct ourselves in a manner worthy of a democratic group. Our main goal is that at the end of the contest, we carry on with our lives secure in the knowledge that there is work to do, work to sustain the rebounding economy. To those who threaten war, mayhem, and violence, my message to them is that this isn't Ghanaian. Our pursuit of power must be paired with the compelling need to allow the Ghanaian to continue to enjoy his or her peace. Ghana will exist long after we've all left the scene. Thank you for your attention, and I'll cede the microphone and take your questions. Thank you very much.
Like they say these days, ladies and gentlemen, very mindful, very cutesy, and very demure. Please put your hands together for the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana. We now cede the microphones to our friends from the media. And please, the numbers, as we all acknowledge, is quite huge. And so we have the microphones in the various lanes. You lift your hands, then we'll call you, then you speak. But before anything, I think it's only fair that we let the Vice President of the GJA speak first, and then the floodgates will be open. Okay, Madam President is there. GJA, please, let's hear from Vice President of the GJA, then we can. Hello. And please, let's be very brief with the questions. Please go ahead, Madam.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. This engagement has been a long-standing one. It is something that we've been yearning for a very long time. And thank God that you've paved the way for us today to have this engagement. Thank you so much on behalf of the Ghana Journalists Association. I have two simple questions to ask you, Your Excellency. What is your commitment to media freedom? And how would you urge your supporters to refrain from attacking journalists, especially during electioneering, as we are in some few months to go? And also, how will you deal with your supporters who act in such a manner? The second question, Your Excellency, the media industry is currently facing serious financial distress. Some media houses are folding up, and there are hints of imminent sale of state-owned media. What are your thoughts on selling the state-owned media, and how would you help the media industry to overcome the financial distress if you are elected as president? Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
Thank you. So only the GJA gets to ask 2 questions, please. Gordon. We'll take about 6 questions, then His Excellency would respond, then we'll come to you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I'll keep my questions short as myself. Your Excellency, former President Mahama says you were supposed to be an economic messiah, but you seem to have failed in the management of the economy. Do you have any response?
Okay. In Sempera, I see at least we get Eastern region. So we'll keep moving.
Thank you, His Excellency. My name is Insempera Emmanuel Mate, and I work with AFIMA FM in Nkoforidia, the Eastern Regional Capital. My question is very simple and short. Is there anything you have disagreed with in this government as a Vice President? Thank you.
Eugene from Ashanti region. Insura FM.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mr. Vice President. My name is Eugene Osetutu. I work at Love FM in Kumasi, subsidiary of the Multimedia Group. Listening to you last Sunday and also reading your manifesto, and you're giving us an abridged version. When you go to the page 23 and 24, you are tackling the rising cost of living basically on 4 legs. Food, then you talk about transportation, you talk about housing, and also electricity. Now on transportation, your solution is bringing in, one of your solutions is bringing in electric vehicles for public transport. And last Sunday, you did indicate that you're expecting about 100 of them before December. I have 3 questions on that. We know EV vehicles are mostly charged. They have public charging systems that we use to, power these buses to ply our roads. When you check the Energy Commission website as of this evening, we have only 5 public charging ports in the country, 5. And 2 of them are actually for Porsche cars specifically. Then 1 at the Total Energy Station at the Liberation Road. So between now and December, where are we building the charging port? Is it government building it? What's the source of fund? Is it the private sector or is it PPP? So that's my question 1.
Thank you. You have.
Then question 2.
You have.
No, under it. And I'm not done.
No, is it directly related to EV?
Yes, it's the EV. Yes,
Let's
still
be
on
fair
the EV.
to the others and make it short.
Okay, so still on the EV, we know that most of these charging ports for green mobility innovations, they must be powered with green energy. So are we already adding on to our energy mix, which is the brown, making it counterproductive, or we build dedicated solar panels for these charging ports? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I think we'll go to this side before we come back. So Wilberforce, don't worry, we'll keep moving to every row.
Thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Vice President, so throughout your campaign, I have noticed that you've been talking about job creation and support for businesses. I've also taken the pain to read all the 260-page manifesto that you launched a week ago. And I see that the golden thread in that manifesto is also the creation of jobs. But the young people in Ghana are asking, really, where would they find themselves in that manifesto? How are you going to create jobs for the young people of this country? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Wilberforce. I think at this point, His Excellency will take the questions and then we'll come back. We don't have the chance. Your Excellency, 6 questions.
Thank you very, very much. I think those are pretty tough questions. The first question by the Vice President of the GJA was on commitment to media freedom. And I think that commitment is very absolute. I think the press and people have fought and have lost their lives even to get press freedom or media freedom in this country. A lot of the times we take it for granted, but I think that media freedom and is so pivotal to the whole democratic exercise that we are embarked on. If you don't have media freedom, you'll have a difficulty. I mean, that's the lack of media freedom is a characteristic of societies which are more dictatorial. And I think one of the things about Ghana that everybody who comes here really appreciates is the freedom of the media. We talk a lot on radio, TV all day. And so I'm very committed to this because I'm inherently someone who is very committed to democracy. And I don't think that anyone should attack a member of the press for doing their job. And so we will totally be against that and ask all our supporters to refrain absolutely from doing that, because that undermines the very democracy that we are doing, So I think that one is clear. The issue of stealing state-owned media, I'm not aware that anything of that nature has come to cabinet, but should it come, there has to be a justification for it. We will await any such thing that will come. I'm not aware that there's a proposal to sell the state-owned media. But if it comes, it has to be justified, and of course, a big decision like that will have to be undertaken with a lot of consultation of stakeholders. The third question, third question is about what the former president supposed to have said about me being an economic messiah, supposedly, who has failed. Sometimes I get a little surprised and amazed the former president when he talks about economic mismanagement, because he should know his own record. I mean, we don't all have short memories. We really don't all have short memories. His record in economic management, what he left us with in 2016 was an abysmal record. It's just an abysmal record. We had endured doomsday for 4 years with all the destruction of industry and livelihoods that happened. People died because of doomsday in hospitals. The National Health Service was virtually collapsed. Remember, we are basically back to a cash and carry system. The National Ambulance Service was virtually dead. We had maybe about 37 ambulances for the whole country. Unemployment as a result was very high. Agriculture, GDP growth had declined to 3.4%. 3.4%. Agricultural growth had declined to 2.9%. And of course, industry growth had collapsed because of doomsday. Unemployment was high. There was a freeze on public recruitment as a result. And the banking sector was on the verge of collapse. We had, as a result, the cancellation of teacher training allowances, the cancellation of nursing training allowances. You had a 3-month pay policy for teachers, could work for 3 years and be paid. And many children could not attend senior high school because of difficulties of paying fees and so on. You had many, many challenges that he left us with. So when you juxtapose that record with what we have been able to do in these last 8 years almost, it's really night and day. we have created at least 2.1 million jobs. The latest number I saw was 2.3 million. But let's say at least 2.1 million jobs in the last 7 years. And this is hard data I'm talking about. 2.1 million jobs. We've kept the public sector workers employed and fully paid through the COVID pandemic. We didn't lay anybody off. And if you look at it, we've built more roads, 3 times more the length of roads than what he did in office. We've built more railway than any other government in the Fourth Republic. Expanded rural telephony. There were 78 sites for rural telephony when we came in. Today there are 1,008 sites for rural telephony. We built more libraries, public libraries, than any other government. I mean, his time, he built only 8 years, 3 public libraries, 8 years. And we've built 54 public libraries in 8 years. We've constructed about 12 major fish landing sites across the country. Zim, Dix Cove, Moree, Mumford, Winneba, Senyabreku, Gomoa, Fete, Teshi, Osu, Ekumfi, and Mfasima. Constructed 2 fishing harbors in Elmina and Jamestown. Constructed more sanitation facilities, 817, than any other government in the Fourth Republic. This has increased the proportion of the population with access to toilet facilities from 33% in 2016 to 80%. And 5,400 communities have been declared open defecation free. We've built more sports facilities in Ghana than any other government in the Fourth Republic. Whether you're talking about Boteman or the University of Ghana and so on. When we came into office, there were only 3 astroturfs in the whole of Ghana. The whole of Ghana, 3. Today you have over 150. We've abolished the 3-month pay policy, constructed 120 courts we're constructing, 80 have been completed with bungalows, and we've kept the lights on broadly in the last 8 years. We've restored teacher and nursing training allowances. We've increased the beneficiaries of scholarships by 70%. And the national health insurance is now being extended to cover sickle cell patients with hydroxyurea, very expensive drug, but I led the negotiations for that to happen. We have extended the national health insurance to cover childhood cancer, extended the national health insurance to cover kidney dialysis for over 60s and under 18s. We saved the deposits of 4.6 million bank depositors who really were going to lose their deposits if those banks were not saved. I don't understand whether the former president has taken his time to actually understand what happened in the banking sector. Some atrocious things happened. And this is why these banks had to be saved. They were not collapsed, they were merged into other banks. And no banking depositor lost 1 cedi. Everybody maintained. But you had very bad things happening. Some of the banks broke all the rules and extended loans way above the single obligor limits. They were given, in some cases, 1 billion cedis by the Bank of Ghana to help them get out of the mess. And they only got deeper into the mess. Another bank was giving capital to save the situation, was giving money from the Bank of Ghana's lender of last resort, facility. And they used that money to go and set up Capital Bank instead of rescuing the problem that they had. They took the money from the central bank and went to set up another bank, which was also collapsed. Some took money and went and invested in private property. So it was against this background when the governor came to report, and this was one of my nightmares as in the last 8 years. I couldn't sleep that night, that the banking system, most people didn't understand how close we were to a collapse of the entire banking system, but we were this close because all it would have taken was for a few depositors to go to UT Bank or UMT and they'll tell you there's no money. What would happen? There would have been a complete run on the banking system in Ghana. We would have collapsed the banking system. When the governor came to report that we were on the verge of collapse, decisions had to be taken to save the banking system and to save depositors. And this is how come we had to merge many of these banks into other banks. And we saved 4.6 million depositors. I'll ask the former president, if he hasn't read, to go and read the receiver's report or to go and read the Bank of Ghana report and acquaint himself before making any further comments on matters he clearly does not understand. He needs to get an understanding before you make comments. And you cannot hand over a bank's license to them. This is subject to legal procedure. You have to go to court. You don't have the power in our constitution to do that. And I'm surprised sometimes because he has been president before and he should know these things. He should know these things. He should know these things. Ladies and gentlemen, we have tripled the capitation grant per child since we came into office, from 5 cedis to 15 cedis. And what is interesting also is that we've had the lowest increase in electricity tariffs in recent history. Between his time, 2009, and 2016, when they were in office, the average annual increase in electricity tariffs was 50% a year. That's the average. Some of the years were 80%. Between 2009 and 2016, 50% average a year. In the last 8 years, the average increase in electricity prices has been 11.1%. This is the lowest average increase of any government since 1992. Any government since 1992. When we came in our first term, we abolished and reduced 21 separate taxes. And we reduced import duties by 50% between 2019 and 2021. 50% reduction in import duties. And that, of course, we had to go back on that when we got into the crisis. We introduced the National Rental Assistance Scheme to help to deal with this problem of rent advance. And it is one of the best schemes that we have seen. It has worked very well, and we are going to expand it for the rest of the country. We are going to put in serious money, because with that, you don't need to pay 2 years rent advance. We will pay the landlord and you just pay monthly, and it's working, and then, of course, working with the private sector. Infant mortality under our government has come down from 37.9 in 2016 to 31.7. And in terms of LEAP, Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty, we have increased payments almost tenfold, from 49 million that we used to pay every year to 423 million LEAP payments. Now, National Health Insurance, NHIS expenditure has also gone up from 1.1 billion to 6.8 billion. During COVID, we had free water for everybody for a year and free electricity for lifeline consumers and all of that. We brought in over 4 million beneficiaries now under school feeding, up from 1.6 million. We've absorbed the examination fees for all students of BCA and WACSI. People were sacked from examination centers for not paying examination fees before we came into office. We've doubled the number of student loan recipients from 30,000 to 58,000, almost double. We've also, of course, introduced mobile money interoperability to make almost every adult Ghanaian have a bank account through the Momo's account interoperability with the bank account. In fact, the whole of Africa, Ghana is the only country with 100% access to financial inclusion. 100%. The whole of Africa. Ghana is the only country with 100% access to financial inclusion. What is interesting is that when I first made a statement and I said Ghana was the first country in Africa to have mobile money interoperability between banks and Momo accounts, some people decided to fact check me. And they said that I was wrong. Just that they didn't understand the terrain, the fact checkers. So I took my time to explain to the fact checkers exactly what was happening in the field. Unfortunately, once they understood it, they didn't come back to withdraw. They just kept quiet. You know, today, when chalk was a problem, remember, chalk in our schools under the former president, when it was a problem. Today, we have acquired tablets to give to the students. Every senior high school student is getting a tablet that we are having. So I'm just putting some of these points together. You know, Agenda 111, so far we've built 47 hospitals, 428 CHIPS compounds, 230 health centers. I mean, that is massive. That's excluding Agenda 111. We've brought in drone delivery, and Ghana is now the whole world's the largest medical drone delivery service in the whole world. We are leading the world. The ambulance service, which was collapsing, we've brought in one constituency, one ambulance, and we are making a lot of progress in that direction. So I think that, I mean, what is clear, and I don't have to go through every sector. The data, for me, I speak only with data. The data is very, very clear that we have our government. We have outperformed the government of former President Mahama in the management of the economy in virtually every sector. Virtually every sector. You tell me whether it's GDP growth, whether it's per capita income, whether it is industry growth. I mean, virtually every sector we have outperformed him. So he either does not read or he does not understand the data. He needs to do one of the two. Take his time to read the data and understand what it is before he comes out to speak, because he will speak out of ignorance. Because if you understand the data, and I believe that as a former president, he does understand the data. He must understand the data. And I believe that is why he doesn't want to debate me. I believe so. That is why he doesn't want to debate me. He's running away from that. So if, according to him, we have mismanaged the economy in the midst of a global crisis, if our mismanaged economy is outperforming you in virtually every sector? This economy that you are saying has been mismanaged. We are performing you in GDP growth, in per capita income, in gross international reserves, in every sector, roads, hospitals, schools, everything. Free SHS, all of that. If this is the mismanaged economy that is outperforming you in your economy that had no global crisis, no crisis at all, but you couldn't afford chalk. You couldn't afford chalk, but there was no crisis. So if our mismanaged economy is performing better than your better managed economy, then in that case, you must not have been very good. Let me put it mildly. I was going to say incompetent. Because our bad economy is it's much better than your good economy. I mean, it doesn't make sense. So I think that the matter, I hope that this matter can be settled. There's no way he can say that his economy that he managed as president, by the way, I'm not yet president, in another 3 months, inshallah. Yeah, I mean, let us settle this matter. And you are members of the press. You read the data. You follow the data. You know the data. You know that we have done better than him. So why does he want to come back? I mean, it's like you go for an exam with someone in school. You score 70%, they score 30%. And they want to convince people that they are better than you. It doesn't make sense in that sense. So I seriously believe that statement, that we have failed. Of course, we've had challenges. Nobody can say we haven't had challenges. We have had challenges, serious challenges. Challenges that have kept me up at night. In 2022, that was the horrible year for us, 2022. Petrol prices went up to 23 cedis per liter. We were losing reserves so badly, and you saw food prices going up and all of that. That was a real challenge that we had to deal with. And this is how we came up with the whole gold for oil, gold purchase program, and that has really helped us. Today, Ghana, notwithstanding all the challenges, we are the 10th lowest price in terms of petroleum in Africa, the whole of Africa. Ghana is number 10 in those of lowest prices of petroleum products. We are number 10. 10th lowest. The lowest is Libya. Then you move through Egypt and Sudan and all of those to come to number 10, which is Ghana. Ghana, we are priced around 13, 14 cedis per liter right now. Cote d'Ivoire is priced 23 cedis per liter, as Hassan was just telling me earlier on when I asked. 10th lowest. We still want to bring it lower. But in 2022, at the time I announced the Gold for Oil program, when I said we had to attack this thing with gold for oil, the prices were 23 cedis per liter at that time. So we've had challenges. It's not, everything is not where we want it to be, but I believe that we can work better. But I don't think the former president can lecture us on economic management. He just cannot. His record would not allow him to lecture us on economic management. Is there anything you have disagreed with in this government? issue, when you sit in cabinet, you have collective responsibility. That is fundamental to governance. When we sit in cabinet, we argue on many, many issues, and everybody brings their mind. And sometimes your view prevails, sometimes it doesn't prevail. But once we take a decision, it is a collective decision. And so I cannot come out and say that the decision that we collectively took, I disagree with. No, I'm bound by it. That is the nature of cabinet responsibility. Fifth question had to do with the rising cost of living, and I'm very happy you are raising these issues on the EV, electric vehicles. You're right, one of the ways that we want to reduce the cost of living is through bringing in public transportation, the electric buses. And, so that is what is going on. We are bringing in about 100 to start with to essentially do the pilot for it. And the issue that you raise is a very, very fundamental one, which is the charging stations for these electric buses. And I must tell you that Metro Mass is working very, very hard as we speak to put in the charging stations. So we will have the charging stations in place by the time the buses get here. So that is clearly a very, very important one. And the issue of green energy, whether you're going to try to bring in solar to charge these batteries, I think it is definitely going to be important. Because in general, if you read that particular chapter, I want Ghana to move towards solar power. And this is where I think we should be going. And this is why I want us to bring in 2,000 megawatts of solar power in the next 4 years to really bring down the cost of power. And we've seen some work already being done by Bawumia Power in terms of the solar area, but we're going to really expand it. So in terms of all these buses, all these government buildings, all the schools and so on, I want to move them all towards green energy, solar power, and I think that is where we should be going. I think that the other question was on job creation for the young people. I think that is at the heart of the manifesto, that you want to essentially move to create the environment and put in place the policies that will help business and that will help jobs, right? So that's why we're talking about bold solutions for business and jobs. I think that is so critical. And I think that there are many areas that we are touching on for the young people to get the jobs. I think that, the two are very linked, business and jobs. If you let businesses grow, then the jobs will also be created. And so we are looking at helping businesses grow by putting together implementing our legally backed Ghana First policy, so that the procurement by the public will be focused on things that are produced in Ghana first before they look outside. So that is a very important part of the policy mix that we are coming with. That will make people hire more, and we will get more jobs in that sense. We also have a major tax program of tax reform to make the business environment very, very good and easy to comply with. So we are bringing in a flat tax system as exists in Estonia. We are also bringing in a tax amnesty for business so that we can all start on a clean slate and move forward we believe that, training the youth will be very, very important. So the investment that we are making in TVET will continue. The focus, we're setting up an open university with a focus on ICT, TVET, and also the whole STEM area as well. So we want to do that, but we also are trying to get our youth trained in digital skills. I have a program for 1 million youth to be trained in digital skills, which is a broad area of training for the youth, because the jobs these days are increasingly more in that space. And I think that we can have a situation where a lot of our youth are here and they are working, whether in America or the US or Canada, right from Ghana here and so on. So these are some of the areas that we think we are going to get going, the infrastructure area and so on, that will expand the economy so that we can create more jobs for our people. And of course, setting up the SME bank, setting up the credit scoring system to allow people to get credit and move Ghana towards that system. We may have some time to talk more about some of these, but these are some of the areas we want to get the youth totally involved and empowered to get jobs. Thank you very much. I'll take the next set.
Thank you, Your Excellency. But at this point, Your Excellency, we are going to time you, because if we follow the former president, he will talk, we are going to time you, just as we are going to time Bella Mundi at this point. Bella, please, ask your question.
Good evening, and thank you so much for the opportunity. I was listening to you respond to some of the questions earlier, and one of my questions was touched on, so I guess I'll move on to the next one. But just to piggyback off job creation, one of the major aspects of job creation under the MPP is the NAPCO program. And quite recently, you would recall, sir, that they were threatening to go on a demonstration because they were owed 9 months arrears. Now, even Heal Ghana, and this is something I followed keenly, so I've had conversations with them. Heal Ghana, even before the 9 months, were owed 7 months. And so if you combine the two, they're complaining that they haven't been paid 16 months arrears, and that's a major problem. What do you intend to do about it? And if I can quickly, this was just a piggyback.
No,
so
Bella, I have one question.
If I could just
so that
briefly.
Fianco can come. I'll come back to you.
Okay.
If there's the opportunity. Thank you, Fianco.
Thank you. Good evening, Your Excellency. I want to take my question from your manifesto for this year's election, and I'm looking at provide better health care for all. Now, you did mention that you were going to offer incentives for healthcare workers to buy 1 vehicle each with engine capacity up to 1.8 liter. Now, for clarity purpose, is it that these vehicles, they would buy them outside and they will be duty-free? If that is it, we know we have about 5 automobile companies in this country. Your government brought them. How would this policy boost their production and also enhance the kind of people they would want to work with? Because if they are going to import these cars, we are not really helping them. Thank you, Your Excellency. I'm grateful.
Held it.
Let me remove my cap. Before I proceed to ask my questions, I would like to emphatically state that these questions were not given to me by anyone here. They are from my head, so I'm going to ask. Now, Mr. Vice President, my name is Kojo Sheldon. I represent Kojo Sheldon Studios. The first one is about 322 pharmaceutical doctors on social media right now are planning on suing the health ministry about unpaid, allowances. Now, for someone that has highlighted in your manifesto that when voted into power, you are going to, improve or help improve the condition of services when it comes to conditions of service when it comes to our health people. For right now that you are the vice president, what can you do to help these pharmaceutical, doctors who are, contemplating on suing the Ministry of, Health. My second question borders.
No, Koyo. Don't do that to me.
Mr. Rao. Oh, no. See, the question
you have one question.
Oh, boss.
One question.
So my question, the second question is about perception.
Don't do that.
Boss.
Don't do that.
Oh, bro.
Don't do that.
I
didn't allow Bella.
Perception is very, very important.
I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you. Nane Akese. I'll come back to you. Nane Akese. Nane Akese of Peace FM.
Good evening, Your Excellency. My name is Nana Akese. I work with Peace FM. You have promised abolishing bed tax, e-levy, flat import duty, one-time tax amnesty, among others. If you really believe that that is what Ghana needs, why should we wait till you become the president and not implement it now?
Need to go to this. I see Samson Ladi.
Good evening, Your Excellency. So, my question is coming from a group of students on scholarship abroad. They are concerned that the Scholarship Secretariat is not doing what it has to do for them. At page 27 of your manifesto, you speak about harmonizing public scholarships. And there's a purpose for it. You say the purpose is to give full visibility. Beyond the visibility, what will you do about this now and not later? There are some of them, for 20 months, they have not received their stipends. In a number of universities in the UK, in Warwick, Coventry, Nottingham, they are under threat of losing their studentship. In Birmingham, 11 of them have already been withdrawn, and they are facing deportation. Will you inquire, particularly knowing about the Fourth Estate's investigations dubbed Scholarship Bonanza, about what appears to be a racketeering in that place? And will you forbid and prohibit politically exposed persons wealthy enough, known in society, from accessing these scholarships? Thank you.
I think the question is very well. Let me go to the regions. We've done plenty. Accra, Western North. Please give the microphone to the Western North guy. We've done Eastern, we do Western North, we'll do the other regions as well.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Esposito Inokedusei. I work with the Beat FM. Somewhere in last year, the former President Mahama on his campaign tour in Western North region claimed Cocoa Board is on the verge of collapse. Do you believe Cocoa Board has collapsed? And what is your plans for Cocoa Board? I don't want to go deep. Thank you.
Thank you. Sami Yafe.
Excellency, good evening. Thank you very much. My name is Sami Yafe. I work with CTFM and Channel 1 TV. So a few meters away from us is the site for the construction of the National Cathedral. We know huge sums of money have been sunk into the project. What will you do about it if or when you become president of this country? Thank you very much.
Excellency, please take these questions and then.
Thank you very much. Let me take them in the order in which they were asked. I think that the first question had to do with NAPCO, the Nation Builders Corps, and the arrears that have been owed to NAPCO. I think that the program had about 100,000 people on it, and I think initially it was supposed to be a 3-year program, and then would be renewed and so on. But I think that so far, out of the 100,000 that were taken, 34,000 have exited into permanent jobs under NAPCO, and the others are still. But I think that the issue that Bella raises is the arrears and how we are going to deal with it. I've raised this issue because this is not really, there's some information that has come to me already about the arrears in the NAPCO program, and I've raised this issue with the Minister for Finance and trying to persuade them to make these arrears payments. So we will follow that up on behalf of the NAPCO employees. The second issue had to do with providing better health care in the manifesto and the issue of cars and how these will affect local companies. I think that what is very clear when you look at the manifesto is that we did not really say it was only for imported. The incentives would only be for imported vehicles, because you just said you will provide incentives. Clearly, under President Kufuor, there were incentives for healthcare workers and also for teachers to bring in vehicles, and they will waive the import duty, and that basically worked but was abused. We think that with digitalization and the unique identity of people, we can better monitor this situation. But the issue is that we need to be able to see how these teachers and these nurses could also acquire with the necessary incentives from the local manufacturing companies. I mean, as you know, the numbers of teachers and nurses are very, very large relative to the production capacity of some of the firms here. But we are leaving that open to discuss with them and with the manufacturing companies here to see how we can incentivize. Our preference clearly is to buy local. And so we will work with them to see how best, if they can meet the terms in terms of production on time and all of that. I think we will try to incentivize them. But we will leave it open for discussion, and that's what we've done. The other issue was that we wanted to do these tax reforms, import duty, flat tax, tax amnesty, and so on. But why don't I do it now? And why do I want to? I must have a manifesto. Otherwise, if I do everything now, if I could, what would I do when I come into office? I mean, how can you do everything now? Even President Mahama, former president, who was president, I'm only vice president, but he was president. Why didn't he do everything then? I mean, why is he coming back? He had full authority. I don't have full authority. The budget that has gone to Parliament, which has been passed, is not my budget. Is it my budget? It's not my budget. The budget goes in the name of the president. It doesn't go in the name of the vice president. But when you have to think about what new do you want to do, you come up with new ideas. And I've come up with new ideas, which I want to do when we come into office. Everyone who is running for office, whether you are Kamala Harris or you are Bawumia, you still have to think about what you have to do when you get into office. And this is why I'm presenting my new ideas as to what to do. Samson talked about the scholarship students and all of that. And I think this is a very, very important issue. There's nothing more heart-wrenching than taking a student abroad and not being able to take care of them in those circumstances. And I think that I believe, and this is what we are saying, that one needs to, first of all, harmonize these databases so that you have full visibility and transparency. And also, we have undertaken in the manifesto to publish all the beneficiaries of all of these scholarships as they come, so that everybody knows who is getting the scholarships and so on. And again, I've been made very aware of this issue. It's not new, because students have even, and parents have gotten in touch with me about the awards and the scholarships and so on. So we're talking with the Ministry of Finance and the Scholarship Secretariat. I think they were able to make some payments to some of the UK students and so on. But we will follow up on that because it's very urgent. Cocoa Board is on the verge of collapse. I'm not aware of that, but we'll look at that. I cannot comment on that. It's not. I don't know where the data is coming from. Then the National Cathedral. National Cathedral, again, is a very, very important issue because, I mean, taxpayers' money has gone into it, and many people would like to see it completed. And I believe that one should have an engagement with the churches and all the stakeholders for us to see how best to get the funding to complete the project. But I think that we need to sit down and talk if the design has to be looked at again to make sure it can be completed. We have to put everything on the table, but I will be minded more by the churches and the church leaders and the discussions that we should have with them on the way forward. But I think it's an important issue. Thank you.
The sports fraternity, so the PFM. Hello. PFM Sports. Your Excellency, there was a question about the pharmacy staff and their arrears. If you can clear that one, then.
Yes. The pharmacists are my very good friends. But you're talking about 322 pharmaceutical doctors who are threatening to sue the Ministry of Health for their allowances. Again, I want to take this one up. This is the first time I'm hearing about this particular issue. I think it is Sheldon who raised it. I'm not aware of it, but I think it's an important issue that we should really resolve. So we'll talk to the Ministry of Health and Finance. Thank you very much.
We'll take Kankambodu's question from the sports, I believe. Please go ahead.
Hello. Hello. Good evening, Mr. Vice President. Before I go to my question, I'd like to draw your attention to the sad issue of the national amputee team. They apparently won the African Amputee Championship. They are owed per diems and bonuses and have not been paid. And they feel very neglected. And we all know that the strength of every nation is determined by how well they treat the vulnerable in society. In your manifesto, you talk about building 6 new stadiums in the 6 new regions. Currently, we have 5 major national stadiums, and only one, that's the Kumasi Sports Stadium, is fit enough to host a FIFA or CAF organized senior national team game. So I want to know what motivated that decision. And since we are even struggling to maintain 5, how well can we do if we have 11? Thank you.
Thank you, Kankam We'll do. So, give the microphone to Ohini, please. It's right there. Please give the microphone to her. From the Ashanti region.
Thank you. Good evening, Your Excellency. My name is Ohinini Adazwa, Sumpa TV, Sumpa Radio, Kumasi.
Ja, Rastafari.
Selassie, I. In your manifesto, page 24C, you did mention something about flat rate. So let's say somebody import car engines and somebody second-hand clothing. Are they going to pay the same amount? I think we need better and further particulars. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ohini. So, that's it, Hine.
Thank you, Your Excellency. My name is Dache Hene Nanayawa Santi from Onuya FM. Your Excellency, respectfully, there is a saying that we should cry our own cry. You made a promise to teachers that you give them the opportunity of having cars. We know our minimum wage and where it stands, and the tripartite committee view it to 18.44 cities. The standard of living in Ghana is going high. Your Excellency, what will you do for 90% of people who are seated here today to carry your message on? They are journalists. Thank you.
So what's your question? For what would you do for the journalist? Is that a question? Okay. Otek. Mr. Buesiako from Otek, Ashanti. Please let's hear Mr. Buesiako from Ashanti.
Yes. Your Excellency, I want to congratulate my MP, Honorable Dr. Opoki Prempeh. Honorable, Your Excellency, you highlighted 14 key promises in your manifesto, but none of them were apportioned timelines on it. So how can you hold you accountable if not? Because it seems to become mere political rhetorics. Thank you.
Okay, Ibrahim. Ibrahim from GH1.
Thank you very
Ibrahim,
much,
GH1.
Your Excellency. My name is Ibrahim Al Hassan, GH1 TV, Star FM. Your Excellency, of course, forgive me for taking you back in 2016, when you were on the campaign trail. You had this declaration, and it's a very famous one. Parents are suffering, students are suffering, traders are suffering, pensioners are suffering, drivers are suffering, contractors are suffering, civil servants are suffering, farmers are suffering, fishermen are suffering, men are suffering, women are suffering, children are suffering, and Ghanaians as a whole are suffering. May I know the status of suffering of these individuals today?
I'll take Vanessa from Metro TV Accra, then I'll come to Adinkankam. So please get a microphone to Andy, and then Vanessa would speak. And then I'll come to you later. But Vanessa, Andy, then.
Thank you. My name is Vanessa Idotumboateng from Metro TV. Mr. Vice President, you will remember this quote: if the fundamentals are weak, the exchange rates will expose you. And as at the time you were making this statement, a dollar to CD was 3 cedis and above, or about 3 cedis, 4 cedis, right? Thank you. 2024, a dollar to a cedi is 15 Ghana cedis, about 15 Ghana cedis. Okay, over 15 Ghana cedis, thank you. How do I explain this to my mother, a cocoa seller, that in 2014, the fundamentals were weak? In 2024, where a dollar is now 15 cedis, the fundamentals are not weak, but the prices of goods and services are high today. Thank you.
Okay. No. Yes, let Abina come and then you come. I want to hear more of the ladies at
Mebacho, your friend Abina Pokua, Ahini, Mewadum TV, and Yadum FM. Na masembisa yes ba ko kanka beka didi kan me ba tro pese share Dr. Bawumia ne hihye fofra wode ebeko etia galamsey ayadia so man no kon ache eno achi so Afram Plains 2016 MPP share call for bo ese mo the bridge ebeto Afram nsu no so me pese me hu na ho hihye ya kodun Kokos Sports Stadium so me pese me hu no ba bi atebia no ewo asatena me da ase.
Thank you. We'll take Nanaya, then His Excellency would give the responses. Please go ahead.
Good evening, His Excellency. I would like my question to be answered in Chi, but I'll ask it in English.
Please go ahead.
Okay, so I'll ask it in Chi. I just want to know, say, in the first 100 days, if Ghanaians decide to vote for you, what would be the things you would want to tackle first?
Thank you. Let's take the responses and then we'll come back to the questions. Your Excellency.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think the first question is looking at the national amputee team who are owed some allowances. So I'll talk to the sports minister here to get the facts on the issue, and if that is the case, I will try to expedite their payment. So I'll when I leave here, I'm going to raise that issue. There is also the issue of 6 new stadia that and only one of the existing 5 is being maintained. I think that is a very good question. One of the problems we have is the lack of maintenance of our pitches. I met with the Black Stars in Kumasi before their last game there, and when we met, the coach and the players were very clear that what they really needed, and this is why I have put it in our manifesto, was an international standard pitch. You know, that the pitches that we have are difficult to play on, and we needed international standard pitches. So, in fact, in the manifesto, we need to do it. And I believe that we need professional management in terms of the maintenance of these pitches. And we need to train people and also bring in the people with the knowledge. And so we are going to do that, because we just build the pitches and very little maintenance of the pitches and the management of the pitches. So I think this is going to be one of the things that we are going to do. The building of the 5 other stadia, as I said, you know, we've made that commitment actually as far back as 2019, that with all these new regions that are coming on board, we will have to build stadia for them to encourage sports. And I believe that we've done quite a few already in terms of the multi-purpose sports stadia. We are doing 10. We've completed 6. 4 are almost done. And we are going to do another 5. So, I mean, the record is there that we've done 10. I think that we can do another 5 without much of a problem. Then the question came on the flat rate and whether second-hand clothing and spare parts will be paying the same rate. No, I think that the categories will be different. And with the flat rate, what we want to do is to bring a lot more predictability in import duty payment. At the moment, there isn't predictability, and there's a lot of discretion that seems to come in from time to time. And so what we are saying is that we're going to bring in a flat rate in cities. So if you are bringing in spare parts, and there's a 40-foot container of spare parts, you will know exactly what the duty is for the spare parts, say 20,000 cedis or 15,000 cedis or 30,000 cedis. It's a flat rate. So when the 40-foot container arrives of the spare parts, then you know you'll pay 40,000. If you are bringing in second-hand clothing, and that is attracting 20,000 cedis duty, you will know beforehand that it will come. It's not that it will arrive and then the price will change because they will say the exchange rate has changed, so you pay more. But it will be a flat rate. So there's not going to be any confusion. Chicken will attract a different rate from, spare parts will attract a different rate from rice, will attract a different rate from second-hand clothing. But you will know beforehand, before the goods before you import the goods, they will all be published. And so that we get away from, these under-invoicing and misclassification issues. These are really hampering revenue collection. Many importers invest time in misclassifying. They'll bring in chicken and they'll say it is fish or something. But the misclassification and so on, we will have to deal with that. Then the issue about cars for teachers and what we want to do for journalists and all of that. I really believe that one of the major problems, and we address this in the manifesto, that hampers workers and livelihoods in our country is the fact that we operate a cash-based system. Unlike in the advanced world where they operate a credit-based system. So in ab initio, life is much harder if you are a teacher in Ghana versus if you're a teacher in the US or the UK. Even if you are paid the same amount every month, the teacher in the UK will consume probably 5 to 6 times more goods than you in Ghana. Why? Because they are able to obtain credit and pay over time. And so, we in Ghana here, we have to accumulate cash for whatever we want to buy. If you want to buy a car and the car is costing 100,000 or 150,000, you have to look for 150,000 to pay for the car. But if you were in the UK, you'll probably be paying 1,000 every month to pay for the car, or much less. But so your salary goes along a much longer way. So one of the things that we are bringing in, as far as our manifesto is concerned, is to move Ghana from a cash-based system to a credit-based system. It's very, very important, because the reason why the credit-based system works in the advanced countries, because they are able to compute credit scores for everybody. Credit scoring is key to a credit-based system, because it then assesses the risk of any borrower in terms of borrowing money for a fridge or a car or a TV or whatever. So the credit scoring becomes very key. 14 years ago, I wrote a book on monetary policy and financial sector reform in Africa. This was in 2010. And in this book, I was making the case for why Ghana and Africa generally, we needed to move towards the credit-based systems. And the reason why is to really bring down the stress on living in our system. The reason why they are able to do what the credit system in the advanced countries is because the databases exist for the computation of the credit scores. So the unique, what you need, a unique identity, that exists. Address, it exists. Financial inclusion, a bank account where you can, it exists. So when we came into office, I was very clear in my mind where we wanted Ghana to go. We needed to put in place the digital address system, the Ghana card, which we have done. We needed to put in place the address system. When we looked at the address system, I realized that it was going to be very difficult to go with what we had before, street addresses and so on. So I proposed that we go with digital address systems. I mean, at the time, only one country in the world, Mongolia, had a digital address, a wholesale digital address system. Only one country in the world. But I said, look, Ghana should move in that direction because we can leverage on GPS technology and have a digital address system. Now, we have been able to get a digital address system, and we are the second country in the whole world to have a wholesale digital address system. Every part of Ghana, we can have a digital address. Now, then the third leg of this to allow us to get to credit scoring was to make sure most Ghanaians would have a bank account so that your financial transactions can be scored and monitored and so on. But when we came in, I realized that, of course, very small percentage of people had bank accounts, but a lot of people had mobile money accounts, and so I made the point that the key to get everybody financially included was to have that interoperability between the mobile money account and the bank account. And so we were able to do this mobile money interoperability. And so today, Ghana now has all the elements. All the elements are now in place for Ghana to move to a credit-based system. All the elements are now in place. And so we expect credit score. In fact, interestingly, when I made the point that individual credit scoring doesn't yet exist in Ghana, people were actually arguing, saying that wasn't true, but that is absolutely true. So we are going to begin, proper wholesale individual credit scoring, which would then provide us a basis so that, people can buy their cars. And someone was talking about the local producers and all of that. Once they know that we can offer this to teachers and they can pay overtime, or to journalists and they can pay overtime, and they don't have to bring all the cash at once, then life will be much more bearable to all of us. So my expectation is that the credit scoring system, things are moving much faster than I expected. It's in our manifesto, we're moving to it, but I think that it's likely to begin before the end of this year because of where we are now. I expect to launch it reasonably soon because of where we are now. We've got everything in place but that will fundamentally change everything for Ghana. Currently in sub-Saharan Africa, it's only one country that has a credit scoring system and the credibility. That is South Africa. Ghana will be, before the end of this year, the second country in sub-Saharan Africa with a credit-based system. But it will bring down the pressure on all of our workers once you enter into that. Then there was a question that went on the lack of timelines for the manifesto in terms of promises and so on. I think that when you are going for an election, you are going for an election for a 4-year term initially, isn't it? Yeah, so your promises have to be in line with that term of office, right? That this is what I want you to elect me to do these things, right? But I think that we have a pretty good record in terms of honoring our promises. We've done some work to look at our 2016 manifesto, what proportion of those promises we've honored, and it has been 83% of the 2016 manifesto has been honored, 83%. And then when you look at the 2020 manifesto, 2020, even in the midst of all these crises, we are fulfilling, or we've fulfilled 80% of our 2020 manifesto. My opponent in his 2012 manifesto, when he became president, he only fulfilled 28%. We've done the numbers. 28% of his 2012 manifesto. 280 promises. He didn't fulfill 203 of the 280 promises. He only fulfilled 28% of his promises. So I think that we have a better record as far as fulfilling promises. And when I put something down, I usually have a good idea how I'm going to get it done. And so that is I think, something that we are going to look at. I think that the issue has come about suffering. And I remember very well, my statements. Teachers are suffering, and doctors are suffering, and journalists are suffering. And everybody is suffering in 2016, which was the case actually, in that regard. But I think that we've moved on significantly since 2016, and we can point to a few things that we have, because at the end of the day, you reduce suffering broadly by creating jobs so that you give people something to do, or you bring in some social interventions to ameliorate the problems, the hardships that are there. So you need to look at what we have done. We've created at least 2.1 million jobs. Per capita income in CD terms has gone up almost more threefold. In dollar terms, per capita income from 2016 has gone up from 1,978 to 2,436. So GDP has gone up, per capita income has also gone up. As I said, we've kept all public sector workers employed. We didn't lay off anyone during the COVID, and we have done that, and we've kept the lights on. We suffered so much from doomsday. Everybody was suffering from doomsday, but we have kept the lights on for 8 years. Teacher trainees were suffering. We've restored their teacher trainee allowances. Nursing trainees were suffering. We've restored their allowances. People who were using the NHIS had major issues. The people who had sickle cell were suffering because the hydroxyurea, which was really needed and wasn't covered by the NHIS. Today it is covered by the NHIS. Today kidney dialysis is covered, as well as childhood cancer was also covered. You also see that for the people, the issue of rent advance, the National Rental Assistance Scheme has come in to really help in that. During COVID, we gave free water for a year, free electricity. For people in the rural areas and remote areas, we've brought in medical drones to deliver medicines, vaccines, blood across 2,694 health facilities. And even recently, when there was flooding because of rain in the Afram Plains, we had to get the drones to take examination papers over there, which were not initially. Parents have now had the benefit of free SHS for 8 years, have had the benefit of free TVET, and therefore the suffering of a lot of parents in paying fees has also reduced. School feeding, when we were coming in 2016, only 1.6 million children benefited from school feeding. Today, 4 million children are benefiting from school feeding, more than double. We have also absorbed the examination fees for all students for BEC and WACSI examinations. And then, as I said before, we've doubled the number of student loan recipients from 30,000 to 58,000. We've introduced the no guarantor student loans. A lot of students who were suffering, looking for guarantors, now just need their Ghana card and they will get it. You know, so we've done quite a bit we brought in one constituency, one ambulance, and we procured the ambulances for many of our constituencies or many of our districts. And also, if you look at the small and medium enterprises who had major problems in accessing funding, we've provided funding over the last 8 years to 444,000 SMEs, 1.4 billion Ghana cedis, which has been quite significant by any account and very historic in that regard. So I think that yes, the suffering is there, but we've done a lot of social interventions to ameliorate that suffering. It's not gone, but at least we can point to things that have gone in to reduce the suffering of our people. I mean, even renewing National Health Insurance card was a problem. Just to renew it, many people had to go and sleep. I know in my constituency, people had to go to the NHI office and sometimes sleep for 3 days before they could renew National Health Insurance membership. But today, you just sit in your home and renew. Today, you sit in your home and buy electricity credit. You don't need to take trotro or taxi and go somewhere else to do it. So we've done quite a bit to reduce the suffering of people, even though, of course, it is not complete. We still have more to do, and we'll continue. So the other question, which is a nice one, Vanessa was asking, if the fundamentals are weak, the exchange rate will expose you, which is a truism. It was true then, and it's still true today. It's an economic truism that once the fundamentals weaken, you will see the impact on the exchange rate fundamentally. And when we talk about many of these fundamentals, you're talking about the GDP growth rate, you're talking about the fiscal balance, you're talking about the exchange, the reserves, level of the reserves that you have, inflation, and so on. When we came into office, during the first term before we hit COVID, between 2017 and 2019, you saw the fundamentals pretty much strengthening by all accounts. And the exchange rate depreciated in those 3 years by less than 5%. that was the lowest depreciation in the currency for 28 years. 28 years. That was the lowest depreciation of the currency. I think we went up, even after COVID, we didn't get that high a depreciation. But the biggest shock for the economy came in 2022. All hell was breaking loose in 2022. Inflation, 54% as at November 2022. Exchange rate had depreciated at 54%. And of course, you could look at the fundamentals were in trouble at that time. You saw the fiscal deficit going up, you saw inflation going up, growth declining. And so for me, it wasn't surprising, even though it was shocking, the extent to which the exchange rate went. So the point that we are making is that once the fundamentals weaken, you will get it shown in the exchange rate. And this is why we have seen that recently, even though we're depreciating in November at 54%, this year the depreciation has been 18.6% so far, right? We're looking at about 18.6%. So you are looking at a situation this year. Why is the depreciation lower? Because the fundamentals have strengthened. The fiscal deficit is under 5%. We are running a primary surplus. Growth has gone up first quarter to 4.7%, higher than projected. The reserves are increasing, and the gold for oil program is helping. So as the fundamentals and inflation today is around 20%, so there's been a strengthening of the fundamentals, and you've also seen more relative exchange rate stability. In all of this, and I want you to take this away. When I looked at what was happening in 2022, the 54% depreciation of the cedi, it was very scary. In fact, in 2022, this economy was on the verge of collapse, because you saw our reserves declining very steeply. The exchange rate was blowing up, inflation was up, and my worry at that time, frankly, was that I could see this country moving towards Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka was what was clearly in my mind at that time, because you saw protests in Sri Lanka. They had no fuel. Jumso was there. And when you saw the way our reserves were moving in 2022, we were heading right in that direction, that we were going to get queues on the street. We couldn't buy fuel. We couldn't pay for so many things. And it was in that context that I came up with two policies. One was the gold for oil policy and the gold purchase program of the Bank of Ghana. Because when I looked at it, sometimes when they say necessity is the mother of invention, because when I looked at it, we were headed for disaster, But I made the case. I looked at the numbers, and I said, well, how are we going to get foreign exchange to buy fuel in this declining reserves? And then I looked at gold. I said, let's take a look at gold. I looked at the reserves of gold that we had, and it was 8.7 tons, 8.7. That is from independence to 2022. Our gold reserves were 8.7 tons, 8.7. When you looked at the US, they had 8,000 tons in gold reserves. The UK, Germany, France, all above 2,000, 3,000 tons. And Ghana, the largest gold producer in Africa, had 8.7 tons. So I said this is something that we need to change. And so Ghana needs to start, because the thing about gold for us is that we don't have to export anything to get gold. If we have cities, we'll buy gold right here locally. So we can use our cities to buy gold without needing to export cocoa or oil or diamonds or timber. We just buy the gold locally. That is what we have that many countries don't have. It's just something that many countries don't have that opportunity to do so. So I then came up with that idea that let's do, instead of, since we don't have forex at the bank to pay for oil, let's use gold. And therefore we went into this gold for oil and gold purchase program for reserves. And what is very, very interesting, frankly, without this gold for oil, the gold purchase program, this economy would have collapsed. There's no doubt in my mind. There's no doubt in my mind. Why do I say so? In the last couple of years, Bank of Ghana under the gold purchase program has been able to buy $5 billion of gold. $5 billion of gold. Think about it. We've gone to the IMF to look for $3 billion, which is going to be paid over 3 years. And this is why we are going through. But locally, we've been able to buy $5 billion. And this is why there are no queues for petrol. This is why Dumso has not happened in Ghana. Because otherwise, where would you have gotten $5 billion from your reserves? Where would you have gotten $5 billion from your reserves to keep up all the payments you needed to make? So that has been, for us, the game changer. And so the pilot that we are seeing with the gold purchase program and the gold for oil program, I want to institutionalize it going forward. And this is why, by the grace of God, when I am president next year, we are going to institutionalize this. Someone asked me, why is it that the French West African countries have not seen depreciations in their currency? Cote d'Ivoire, Senegal, and all of these. I said, well, they are anchored. The currency is anchored to the euro through the French franc. So they are anchored. Unfortunately for Ghana, we don't have an anchor. There is no anchor for the city. So what I am going to introduce, what I want to institutionalize, is something that we have learned from this crisis. You will not find it in any textbook. Maybe some people will now write it in a textbook. You won't find it in a textbook. It's not in a textbook. Because what I'm going to do is fairly simple, as I said, but we have had to learn about it. Because what we are going to do is to say that if you want foreign exchange, and we've tried it already, the pilot with some of the big companies. One big company had 3.1 billion Ghana cedis. They wanted to externalize 3.1 billion Ghana cedis. And they were looking for foreign exchange. Can you imagine the impact on our market? If someone comes out with 3.1 billion cedis looking for dollars. So they were trying to talk to the Bank of Ghana and all of that. So their chairman flew into the country and came to see me and said, we are having these problems and we have to externalize our dividends and all of that. We have 3.1 billion and we are looking for dollars. So looking for dollars from all the banks and all of that. So I listened to them and then I asked, will you take gold? They said, oh, sure, gold is forex. That is not a problem. So I called the governor and said, look, why don't we put this 3.1 billion through the gold purchase program? And guess what? It was done virtually overnight, and their money was given to them. So essentially, what we're saying is that the demand for the dollars, you bring your cedis. We have the gold. There's no doubt. I mean, the gold is there. I mean, we have 5 billion ounces even not yet explored, as the Geological Survey Authority has told us. That's $10 trillion. Right? So bring your cedis, we buy the gold, give you your forex. It's that simple. So your demand for the forex will be met by an equal supply of gold, and Ghana will see stability of the currency long term. So we're looking for a simple solution to a long-term stability for the cedi. And that is what we are bringing in, and that is what is happening. What I'll tell you, and I'm sure maybe some of you have heard, is that other countries have started coming to Ghana to learn about our gold purchase program. Yeah, other countries have started coming. The Bank of Ghana is inundated with requests for people to come and learn. As I said, this is not in textbooks, but this is what we are doing. So I think that the fundamentals ultimately has an impact on the exchange rate, but the crisis that we have gone through has now made us to think a bit outside the box and bring in this new solution. Now, Abna Pukia was asking about Galamsey and what we are doing about it. And I yo. And your maminka tree kakra. Galamsey, no, asamin by kakra kakra. Your pesa yes, and she share a war your mining sector. Say, Galamsey for women need permit licenses. Yadi mo, Yabe Sissan, Sanchi share no, Yabe ye ne easy, Mrepa ma ubia, Oye Galamsey ene, Ubenya mining license, ODB Juma. So yadi Sam Ranaba, district committees, traditional leaders, through the Minerals Commission, Umubenya licenses, Umube register ne Ghana card. Then ye community mining schemes, Geological Survey Authority, Beshushe Omu survey no, not Omu who say a hana gold no war, a hana gold no, and then said the Omu to gold no, a trial and error. Ubako to her, when yana wako ha, when yana now say assassino, but yet the data. Bah, na ya country mo say, Galamsey for or small scale miners. A hana gold no walk into ye shisha community mining scheme wo ho amamo. Monko ho muntutu omo ya na ya to omo gold no adia ko Bank of Ghana. Enti san shishe no na yede ba be shishe Minerals Development Bank ama mining small scale mining sector no so. Said the Agri Development Bank, yes, share no for Equia no. Yes, new Minerals Development Bank, ama small scale miners, na abua umo no menya equipment. The common use, are there different common user facilities? If it two gold now the shemwa na a high percentage of gold amount. Sana yede betuho ama obia in the community mining schemes. Said that omubenya more gold from their activities. Enti san share basua me jidi say Galamsey no ebetwa so yen sizi obia excavator na yashe no na or whatever. Sa de no ebetwa so na ye dia ko. I heard about Afram Plains, and then Koko. I don't know. I'm missing the Afram Plains question. The bridge.
Yeah.
Yes, the bridge.
And Koko Sports Stadium 2020. Mukase mo besi ehunhwe. Medase.
Yes. So the Afram Plains Bridge, I think, is one of the bridges that we are working under with the Korean facility. It's one of the projects that we've presented to be done under the Korean facility. When we say the Koreans have given us a grant and a concessional loan of $2 billion, and we've had to take a number of projects to them for funding. I think that bridge over there is one of them. And then the Nkoko Sports Stadium, I have to follow up with the minister on that one. I can't give you a direct answer on that. Then the question came, the first 100 days, what would you do? I'm definitely not taking a honeymoon. We are going to get straight to work to put things in place. I think that for me, the focus is on jobs. And so you have to put in the budget as quickly as possible so that you can make sure that the tax amnesty regime comes into place, the flat tax regime comes into place, so that by the time of your first budget in March, these things, the Ghana First, Buy Ghana First policy, that we put it in and pass the law so that we can get the Ghana First policy. The e-levy will go because we have to focus on digitalization of the economy, and so we need to take out the e-levy as well. So these are some of the things that I believe that we can do very, very, very quickly as we come in, within the first 100 days. But I think that we are going to be very, very hard at work to look at things that get business moving. The tariff structure for the businesses, commercial versus residential, we have to look at it. The flat rate regime has to come in immediately. Those things that will get business moving very quickly to create the jobs are the things that we are going to do immediately so that we are serious about business and serious about job creation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Excellency. I will go to the far end. Abdul from Tamale, please. Let's hear from the northern region. Abdul, go ahead.
Thank you so much. My name is Abdul Shakur Omain. I work with Bawumia FM in Tamale. Your Excellency, my question is, the teacher and nursing allowances increases the expenses of the public purse. As an economist, don't you think it is prudent for us to scrap it? Especially so you are now talking of an upgrade instead of a research. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me hear from Salma. Salma, please go ahead. Please give the microphone to Salma.
Good evening, Your Excellency, and thanks for the opportunity. My name is Salma Ahmed of Ikra Radio. Your Excellency, having advocated for the creation of the Zongo Development Fund, how impactful has it been to the Zongo and the inner cities? Thank you.
Umaru Sanda from City.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Mr. Vice President. I have a message from your in-laws, the Fulani people. They say I should tell you that, and remind you rather, that they are still being discriminated against when it comes to obtaining national ID cards the passport and so on. So kindly work on the discrimination part for them. My question, your critics, mostly the NDC, they say that the economy has overused, so you run away to digitalization. What is your response to such a criticism? Thank you so much.
Anybody from Savannah region? Savannah. Savannah is there. Please give your microphone to the gentleman from Savannah.
Thank you. Your Excellency, my name is Nongya Isaac Nongya from Joy New Savannah region. You did a lot of justice to the policies you put under agriculture, but one fundamental key on the agri-value chain, which is the seed industry, is crushing to collapse. I will speak. The local seed industry is very, very weak to the extent that seed growers are out of business. The Tamale warehouse, one warehouse, there are a lot of seeds that are packed there without a market. Sorry.
Your question, please.
My question is, are you going to rescue the agricultural value chain by revamping the local seed industry and then giving quota of supply of these seeds to the planning for food or job? Because at the moment, they only buy rice in the neglect of maize, soya, and what have you. Thank you.
Let's hear from Frema Edunyame from Channel 1, and then we'll come to Central Region. So let's hear from Frema, we'll come to Central Region.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, it is quite clear that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is not the visionary for the current NPP administration. But as rightly admitted, you bear some collective responsibility for the outcomes of government's efforts, either successes or failures. Mr. Vice President, can you state 2 failures of your current administration which you seek to correct? And how do you intend to do this differently should you become the president? Thank you.
Thank you. Central Region.
Your Excellency, my name is Kofi Kunedu from ATLFM UCC Cape Coast. I guess Cape Coast Airport promise in 2020 is part of the 20% unfulfilled. Fast forward, you have aligned in your 2024 manifesto. It means it is there in your heart. What is the overriding consideration of having an airport in Cape Coast and for that matter, Central Region? Thank you.
Please, let me hear from Larry Dugbe. Please give the microphone to Larry. And then afterwards, we'll come to Ashanti Region, Mr. Kwame Adinkra. Let's take a few more. Give the microphone to Mr. Kwame Adinkra. His hand has been up for a bit now. Please. I see a lot of hands. We'll take as many as we can. Please be very crisp with the questions.
Okay. Your Excellency, I want an assurance. I recall the President's first 100 days in office. I drew his attention to a vision of President John Ajikun Kufuor to the fact that he will fix the inner ring road of Kumasi to restore the Garden City glory. In fact, we saw the Asqua interchange, the overhead constructed. We saw improvement in the Sofolai interchange. Now we have seen major constructions at the Swami interchange. But we have left with Santasi roundabout interchange, Ahonjo roundabout interchange, Aulaga Junction interchange, and airport roundabout interchange to fully complete the inner ring road of the Garden City. I want assurance from you to the people of Kumasi, whether indeed in your reign, as the President of the Republic, you will fully complete the inner ring road of the Garden City. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I see Andy. Please give the microphone to Andy and Larry. They must ask questions. Please hand the microphone over to Andy and Larry, wherever they are. I see them here, I see them here. Oh. Yes. Hello. Please hand the microphone over to them. Thank you. Andy, please join your brother. Please come forward. Go ahead.
Mr. Vice President, I'm from Akachi in the Volta region. Andy is from Jachi, somewhere in Kumasi. So we can be we can be brothers. But by the way, these days it's very difficult to hear the MPP talking about the fight against corruption. I don't know whether that has been captured in the manifesto. If it has, can you throw a little light on it for us, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. You've been touted as one with integrity. And we know integrity is anchored on trust. On your campaign tour, you're making promises. In some instances, a renewal of those you've made in the past. Thankfully, you've been reminded of one you made in 2016 to relieve Ghanaians of the suffering. 7 years down the line, there is still suffering. This time around, excruciating hardship. You are appealing to Ghanaians to promote you to the higher office of the land. Respectfully, do you think you should be trusted with a mandate that you are, or you have what it takes to relieve Ghanaians of what they are going through? Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. So basically the question is that between Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and former President Mahama, who should a Ghanaian voter trust? He would respond to it. Please give the microphone to Nana Okatechi Afrifa. Okay, it's with Evans. So let Evans come then. Okatechi will come then. Uncle Ebokwansa will come.
Okay. My name is Evans Mensah. I work with Joy News. On page 29 of your manifesto, you promise to protect Ghanaian cultural values. My question to you is, as president, will you sign the promotion of Ghanaian sexual rights and family values bill?
Thank you. Okatechi, I think we've taken more than the 6 at this point. Uncle Ebokwansa, please let us hear from Okatechi Afrifa, then we come to Uncle Ebokwansa.
Good evening, Your Excellency. As usual, I would like to ask my question in three. Saying how Janansi as would in the Ajama Pambo, Timebusan tree. Your Excellency, a year na me free a year as an Krogwa and in Impotemu Eba. Na me koi with Madame Fwa, no see a morning show of a Kesman. Kwame Apiakubi. Ekodru hono niamana ekosu ni bi, Your Excellency. It is heart-wrenching. Seminoka say, tano nsio aeda ho. Esutobre. Metimiya jina the middle of the tano nsio namanantiso. Do menye Yesu Christo. That is how bad the destruction of our waters have become. Enra, we have to turn ourselves into citizen vigilantes to arrest some Chinese people and send them to the police station on this matter. Besides that, Achimota Forest, Yanyanti say the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources said, year in, year out, a certain Owu family, Ayaji Asasi free on 1927, Yantia Omoka, enti Omo Koma Owu family, no. Your Excellency, wait there, and your question. A chopper. Achimota Forest here, the Owu family bika. aban ne ntua owu family ne ka na forest no ɛna hɔ na mmom yɛnsuo yɛ forest sɛdeɛ yɛsi sɛ no in our quest to benefit from the natural resource of this country. I don't think we can continue like that as a nation. Ɛdeɛn na wo obɛyɛ sɛ bɛyɛ a yɛnsuo a yɛasɛ no abɛduru yɛbɛtumi reclaim na yɛbɛtumi abɔ deɛ da wɔ no ban ama daakye nkyirima. Thank you.
Please let's take Uncle Ebokwansa so we can, because I think now we've taken almost 9 or so questions. Uncle Ebokwansa, we do Sadiq from NTV, and then we will take the answers. Thank you, please.
Mr. Vice President and incoming President, about 3 years ago, I attended your lecture at Brekuso. When I came back, my feature was simple. The headline was simple. Ebokwansa attends lecture and encounters the next president. Some of us are already convinced that you are going to be the president of Ghana. But some people out there are campaigning that you are a liar. All over the rural areas, when you go and you talk about your achievement and what you intend doing, the old folks will say, but the people came here and said you are a liar. Now you are telling us that you are, you represent the future. Please, how do you convince my elder sister in my village, Ekumfe Krofo, that you should get up, an 82-year-old lady, that you should get up, drag herself and go and vote for a man who is for the future? I just want you to tell the people of Ghana who you are, why you want to be president of this republic. Thank you.
Thank you. Sadiq, NTV, and then His Excellency would now give the answers. From Sadiq. From Northern TV.
Yes. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, Tamale is one of the fastest growing cities in West Africa. Over the years, we've had perennial water challenge. Your government cancelled for the Tamale Water Project in 2020, same for Yendi and Savannah region. Your Excellency, as President of the Republic, what will be your solution to address this perennial water challenge? And what is the update on the Tamale Water Project? Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. If you can take the questions and give the answers. But please let me quickly add this. As we report, kindly let's report fairly. If you are going to report that the Vice President said, if he does everything now, what would he do when he becomes president? Please add the laughing emoji and then complete the statement, because that's exactly what he said. TV3, kindly correct the reportage on Facebook. Thank you. Your Excellency.
Thank you very much. I think the question started with the seeds. I think the seed industry appears to be collapsing, and we need to revamp the local seed industry. I couldn't really agree more with the whole premise of that. If that is the case, we definitely will need to revamp the local seed industry, because without the seeds, we have a real problem in terms of cultivation of various crops. So we'll have to look at that. The question, what failures that you think in this government that you would see to correct? I was thinking a little bit about that. I don't know if I mean, for one, I think that I wish we had built in, for example, we had started the gold purchase program much earlier. If we had started it in our first term of office, for example, the buffer in terms of gold reserves would have been much bigger. As I said, a few years ago, we had 8.7 tons of gold, and I think so far we are almost they've bought close to about 72 tons or so. So it's very, something that I wish when I sit back and look and I say, wow, I wish we had been able to buy a bit more and start gold for oil and gold for reserves much earlier. But as I said, the crisis is what really made us to get into these policies. Of course, I also wish that we had, even though we've built more school infrastructure than any government, I believe that we've still had challenges with the senior high school in terms of infrastructure. And I wish we had completed a bit more in terms of the accommodation, dining hall, and so on. But this is one of the reasons why I want us to move a lot of the government expenditure away from government to the private sector. This is a major policy that we are coming up with, that we want to engage the private sector in a lot of expenditure that government normally will put on the budget. And a lot of infrastructure is part of what government puts on the budget. And places like roads, and you tend to see a lot of uncompleted buildings. But if you go to places like Legon or Tech, most of the accommodation, the hostels, is provided by the private sector. And all we do is rent it and pay. And I believe that we can have that model where the private sector is engaged to build a lot of infrastructure, and will pay them rent or lease it or whatever over time. So I believe that will give a lot of physical space, but also allow us to complete all of these buildings and so on. But this is where I want to take Ghana in the next session, that we should move more towards the private sector provision of a lot of this, and that will really bring down the fiscal burden on government in providing some of these. The Cape Coast Airport, what is the overriding consideration? Well, I think that if you look at tourism, it's got to be one of the big considerations for Cape Coast. And that could provide us, of course, some people say, well, you are also expanding the road. That is fine, but if some people want to fly directly to Cape Coast, I think they will have that opportunity to do so. Parents, it's an educational hub, and so on, from Tamale can come straight to Cape Coast, and other things. So I think that, you know, there is a rationale, and we should give Cape Coast. It's the feasibility study is suggesting that the location will really be between Cape Coast and Takoradi because of land space issues. But I think there's justification for that. Inner Ring Road for Kumasi, Santasi, and Hojo, and airport interchanges. Napo, I'll leave you to handle that portfolio. And it will be your responsibility to make sure. So I'll tell the Kumasi people to hold you if it's not done. I think that the issue that has been raised, I don't know if it was Andy or Larry who raised it, that corruption, that we've not talked about corruption in the manifesto. In fact, we have, and I did make the point when I delivered my speech at the manifesto launch, that, you know, for me, the way we have looked at fighting corruption, you know, we're looking at, as I said during the manifesto launch, you know, we have killed people for corruption, we've jailed people, we've passed several laws. You know, in fact, since we have been in office, you know, we have passed many laws. We've passed the Right to Information Act that basically brings more transparency. Witness Protection Act we've passed. The Criminal Offense Amendment Act 2020 was also passed. The Anti-Money Laundering Act 2020. They also increased budgetary allocations to the Audit Service, to SHRAJ, NCCE. We also set up the Office of the Special Prosecutor. So all of these things are policies that we've implemented. But I make the point that when it comes to corruption, I believe that we should stop corruption ex ante. That is before it happens, rather than deal with it ex post after it happens. That we should look at, and this is why I believe that digitalization holds the key to dealing with corruption. And why do I say so? When I look at the impact of the Ghana card on the public sector payroll, it gives me a lot of confidence that we are on the right path to deal with corruption ex ante. The Ghana card provides unique identity backed by fingerprints for every adult Ghanaian so far. We've issued 18 million Ghana cards. And so when we look at SNIT, for example, when they went through their pensioner payroll and tried to make sure that everybody had a unique identity on the payroll, they found out 29,000 ghost pensioners just because of the Ghana card. And that saved SNIT almost 400 million Ghana cedis from the 29,000. National Service Secretariat found 44,000 ghost service personnel, savings of over 350 million. And using digitalization in the Ghana card, we've been able to eliminate all ghost workers on the Controller and Accountant General payroll. And that is a major advancement in the fight against corruption, because these are things that have been there for a very, very long time. But digitalization is helping us to deal with it. And when you come to the area of the tax, domestic revenue mobilization and people's compliance with tax laws and all of that, when we came into office, only 4% of the, adult population of Ghana had tax identification numbers. Only 4% had tax identification numbers. So we made the decision. I said, look, why don't you make the Ghana card number the tax identification number? Suddenly, once we did that, suddenly 85% of adults in Ghana suddenly have tax identification numbers. So we can tell going forward who has filed, who hasn't filed, where they live, and so on. We tackled corruption, passport office with digitalization. And since we digitalized operations at the passport office, revenues have gone up almost ninefold at the passport office. Ninefold. Same with DVLA, digitalizing DVLA. We've seen significant increase in revenue. When we digitalize ECG, and ECG no longer collects cash for payment of electricity, you've seen revenue collections go up from 450 million Ghana cedis to 1.2 billion Ghana cedis, just by digitalization. You are looking at paperless ports, and the way clearing goods at the ports have gone so far. Everybody can attest that you have been able to see a reduction in corruption. The Ghana.gov platform that we have implemented, by the way, you almost about 99% of all MMDAs are on the Ghana.gov platform. And that means that payments to government and are largely not leaking. The Ghana.gov is collecting about 200 billion Ghana cedis on the platform a year. And a lot of this would have normally gone through cash, and then we would have had leakages. What we want to do moving forward with fighting corruption is my proposal in the manifesto that our government must become a blockchain government. A blockchain government, which means that we operate on the basis that all transactions that you do within the government space are locked in, cannot be changed, are traceable, even if it is 100 years, they are all traceable. So you cannot go and change any things within the government space. And that is where we need to go. So far, UAE wants to be the world's first blockchain government. They are on course. Ghana wants to be the world's second blockchain government. With that, I think once everything is transparent in all your transactions, there should be a deterrence for corruption in this context. So I want us to move into blockchain, and it will also be done. Just like Estonia, I also want all our databases to be interoperable. And that is work that is going on now. And I believe that either later this year or next year, we will have across all of the government space, all data between one institution and the other will be interoperable so that we'll see and there will be more transparency. In addition, I have made the statement that I want us to enact a Corrupt Practices Act to consolidate all the anti-corruption related legislation and offenses that are currently scattered across several pieces of legislation so that we have an omnibus body of provisions offering anti-corruption institutions a harmonized reference point to draw their mandate. I also want us to continue the process of restructuring the public sector and internal audit function. I want us to review Article 286 of the Constitution and the relevant legislation on assets and liabilities declaration. I want to expand the asset declarations by public office holders to include, among others, senior staff and heads of regulatory and public institutions which were not previously covered. And I also want to require that asset declarations be made or updated every 2 years instead of every 4 years. I want to place limits on foreign official travel by ministers, CEOs, and civil servants, as well as annually publish official travels undertaken, and also annually publish the list of all beneficiaries of public scholarships. So that is one area in terms of the corruption fight that is in the manifesto. Maybe it must have skipped some people, but it is there. I think it is Andy who was asking the question that, you know, all the promises are about integrity and trust, and the fact that real hardships exist, and how would people trust that I will be able to work on the hardships. I think that, you know, the issue has to really be about what have you done? I mean, what is your track record on these issues of social intervention, right? What have we done to relieve hardships? I think, frankly, the MPP, whether it's President Kufuor's government or President Akufo-Addo's government, has a solid record when it comes to social interventions to deal with hardships. The record is very, very solid, whether you're talking in education with capitation grants or the increase in payments to persons with disabilities. We went about 50%, or free SHS, or free TVET, or increased absorption of BC and WACC examination fees, and so on. The free water during COVID and all of that. The social interventions are very, very massive, actually. The issue with my opponent, who is the former president, is that he cannot point to one social intervention, one, that he can point to, that this is how I, notwithstanding all that has gone on, when I was president, I was able to do this to relieve the suffering of our people. There's just not one, you know, there's not one social intervention. So that is the issue. I believe that if you look at our promises, as I said, the 2016 manifesto, we've done about 83%, and 80% of the 2020 manifesto fulfilling or fulfilled about 80%. So we have more credibility, and I think the people of Ghana can trust us. Where when it comes to dealing with hardships, we are always front and center, whether it's providing free dialysis or sickle cell or childhood cancer. We're always thinking about it. And for me personally, you know, I always worry about the poor and the vulnerable. And this is why I am a patron, for example, of the Lepers Aid Ghana, and also for the Mother Teresa's Soup Kitchen in Accra. I'm also a patron there because I want to help people who are vulnerable, and that's where my heart really is. So I think we can do a whole. Then you have, I think it's Evans, who protecting Ghanaian cultural values and so on. I think that is very, very important. He asked whether the bill, when it comes, I will sign it. I mean, the bill is before the Supreme Court right now, and I think once the Supreme Court brings it, I think there are certain challenges that have been made to it, to say that it is not consistent with the Constitution or whatever. But of course, we will wait for it to come, and once it's out of the Supreme Court and they declare it as constitutional, I believe that signing is automatic. There shouldn't be any issue. No ifs and no buts. Bawumia. I think that there is the issue of protecting our water bodies. And I think that, first of all, restoration of our forests, you know, we've undertaken to target about 30,000 hectares of degraded areas for reforestation and plantation, and also establishing 1,000-hectare bamboo and rattan plantations annually for watershed protection, and also providing tree seedlings and plantain stackers in the National Reforestation and Plantation Program. I've also talked about small-scale mining and how we want to reduce the practice of galamsey indiscriminate digging by using data from the Geological Survey Department to direct the miners into particular community mining schemes, and sort of using mercury-free gold catcher machine technology to help them extract the gold without destroying the water bodies. We also want to preserve our water resources by vigorously protecting both the surface and underground sources by enforcing the provisions of the water use regulations, and protecting transborder water sources of the Volta River in particular. we need to effectively manage all these water basins. I think it's very, very important that we do so. I think that I don't know if it was Ebokwansa who was asking the question.
He's addressed it. What exactly about
Achimota Forest? Yeah, he talked about the Owu family that they should. He's saying that whatever we can do to pay off the Owu family and preserve the forest, we should do. I'm inclined to agree with you on that.
It was a suggestion. It
Yes,
wasn't
it
a
was
question.
a suggestion, yeah.
Yes, it wasn't a question.
No, it wasn't.
Yes.
It was a suggestion that if we can preserve the forest without getting it chopped down and all of that, I think makes...
Thank you, Excellency. Umaru Sanders,
yeah,
about the Fulani discrimination and also the issue of you speaking only on digitalization and no longer in the economy.
Yeah, I think we're coming to that. Let me see. Yeah, okay. Let me take Sanders' question. I wrote it, but I can't seem to see it. But I mean, the issue of my in-laws. My in-laws feeling discriminated against. I will take very strong exception to that. As president, and even as vice president, I don't think I want to see my in-laws discriminated against. So Marusanda, tell them that we are going to fight with them to make sure that discrimination doesn't take place. Then also, you talked about digitalization, my focus on digitalization, and that the people think that I've run away from economics, and economics has gone over me, and so I've gone to digitalization. I think digitalization has gone over them. They have no, it's very strange, the people cannot see the nexus between digitalization and the economy. And it just doesn't make sense. When I spent a year at Oxford University in 2009 as a researcher in the economics department, I wrote a book on monetary policy and financial sector reform. And I made a point in the book, this was in 2010, this is 14 years ago, before I became vice president. I made the point that Africa needs to go digital because the global economy is going digital. And if countries stay behind, they will miss out on the fourth industrial revolution as we missed out on the other revolutions. And there's a good reason, because the digitalization allows us to formalize our economy. Informal economies are very difficult to manage. And so if you want systematic, management of an economy based on data and based on systems, the fourth industrial revolution is a data-based revolution. If you have an economy that doesn't have data and systems, you can't do much. Your entry into the fourth industrial revolution, your ticket to entry is a digital identity. And as I've already said, that is the first thing. By issuing the Ghana card, you have a digital identity. You know your population. Today, when a child is born in Ghana, right, at the point of weigh-in, they give the child a Ghana card ID as well as a birth certificate ID. We are the first country in Africa to get this done. You are getting these two IDs. So, and in not long, We are going to see NIA is going to go to all the schools and issue all the children with Ghana card IDs. So we will have a complete database, you know, and they've done the pilot, so I expect them to start before the end of this year. You'll have a complete database of the whole country. Everybody is accounted for. If a child is not in school, you will know, because they will not be in the school database, but they would have been born. You know, you can only manage an economy when you have the data on the people, you know, properly. So I think that the digitalization allows us to do so. From independence to 2016, only 4% of our people had tax identification numbers. Only 4%. But by making the Ghana card ID, that we've been able to solve that problem, and therefore we have 85% in there. How do we get everybody with a bank account? You go through mobile money interoperability. You get the digital framework working. And then suddenly Ghana is the #1 country in terms of financial inclusion. We've been working at this matter since independence. But Ghana is 100% access to financial inclusion. The only country in Africa with 100% access to financial inclusion. We've been, I mean, this is economics. When you talk about financial inclusion, you're talking about economics. Look at the savings that people are making, just staying at home and paying their electricity bill, or renewing their national health insurance, or buying something on the internet or whatever. Just, you know, you're expanding economic possibilities when you move in this direction and so on. So when you are talking about moving away from economics, no, in fact, any economy which doesn't digitalize will be left behind. And so I believe right now, what we are doing right now in Ghana, we are really at the forefront of the digital economy in Africa. We are at the forefront of the digital economy. What we are doing right now, many countries are not able to do. Many countries will take a much longer time to do. I was telling somebody, even in the UK, they don't have digital ID cards. Tony Blair was proposing to Steinmeier that they should move to issue digital IDs. They don't have digital IDs in the United States. They are now talking about doing digital identity in the United States. The EU has asked all their countries to make sure they issue digital IDs by 2030. You know, how do you manage an economy without address systems, addresses? If you go to the UK, US, Canada, and you collapse their address system today, those economies will collapse just because they don't have addresses. We had to address that problem. For 60 years of independence, we didn't have a solution. We were going piecemeal. But by just bringing in the Ghana Post GPS and moving to a digital property address system, Ghana solved that problem just like that. You know, and that has economic repercussions. You know, you look at Ghana.gov, all these people on one platform, look at the efficiency, and so many problems that we've lived with since independence. So many problems since independence. We have been able to solve them because of digitalization. And this is now going to give us the foundation to really grow jobs and the businesses in this country. That is where we are going. So people who don't understand digitalization need to, you know, think through some of these things. This is where the world is going. And I am just, you know, at the forefront in terms of policy of moving this in this country. And that is why some people don't understand. You know, and then I think Ebukwansa was talking about people calling me a liar, and then you go, you know, and that is very, I said to someone, well, at least I'm not called a murderer, as my boss was called, or I'm not called a drug dealer, or even I'm not called government official one. you know, but why do these things arise? Fundamentally, I believe that Ghana can do exactly what is happening in the developed world, in the advanced countries. I believe it is possible for us to leapfrog technology. And for us to do this, we must have this mindset of possibilities. That's why I'm saying it is possible. We are always, timid in trying to do things that are not even done in the advanced countries. We think because it's not been done in the advanced countries, we shouldn't even try. But we can leapfrog them in many areas. So, but if you have an impossibility mindset, which seems to have been pervasive in the NDC mindset, everything you want to do, they say it's not possible. But if you have that, your development is limited. Other countries are going to Mars. Why would you think earthly things are not possible? But many of the things that I am trying to do in the policy space are a little futuristic in nature. Many people don't seem to usually understand them at the time when I start talking about them. They immediately come and say, oh, well, he's lying. You remember when I talked about drones coming into Ghana? What did they say? That I was lying, that the drones are coming to take pictures of naked women in their bathrooms. That was the response about drones. And when I said Ghana was the world's largest medical drone delivery service, they said, he's lying, it's not true. When we talked about digital property address system, they said he was lying. This is not this thing. When I said that mobile money interoperability, Ghana was the first in Africa to do mobile money interoperability between bank accounts and the Momo account that we have done. They said I was lying, but usually after they say I'm lying, when I'm proven right, they don't come back to say I was right. When I said that you could use the Ghana card to travel from outside Ghana into Ghana, they said I was lying. Today, people are using it and traveling very easily. When I said we're going to build hostels for Kayaye, they said I was lying. And then we've built the hostels, they've not said anything. When I said we will restore teacher training allowances, they said I was lying. When I talked about the rent advance loans so that people will not have to pay rent advance through the National Rental Assistance Scheme, they said I was lying. Free SHS, when we talked about it, they said it was 419. Agenda 111, when I mooted this idea about Agenda 111 and we announced it, they said it was a lie, it was not feasible. The digital, the Zongo Development Fund similarly, and when I talked about credit scoring, was not in existence. It wasn't seen as true, So there's a pattern that is going on, but I have to thank Joy FM. In June 2023, Joy FM did a report together with the African Academy for Open Source Investigations, and that report revealed that the coordinated sharing of that hashtag Bawumia tweets by 28 accounts using copy and paste technique in an inorganic creature created by the opposition NDC to smear me. This was the finding of Joy FM, not me, that they had created these fake accounts and sharing Bawumia tweets, and they had said that this was a deliberate attempt by the NDC to smear me. So I take it as par for the course. I have a solid record of accomplishment as vice president. Very solid. I have, at least I can point to 33 separate policy initiatives. 33 that I have championed or initiated as vice president. 33. My opponent cannot point to one. One, just one. Bakope. Just one. One single policy initiative as a vice president. One. He can't. I mean, if you are serious about solving the problems of this country, at least you must think of something. You must think of something. You cannot just be eating and going to sleep every day. You must think of something. You must be policy oriented. I mean, we are put into public office to solve problems. You cannot be there as MP, as minister, as vice president, as president, and you don't have a policy initiative. Just one. I mean, you need your leaders to be problem solvers. So you must have thought through problems and come up with initiatives to solve the problems. I can talk about 33 different policy initiatives. My opponent cannot talk of one, and he wants to be given the mandate.
Question about the Zongo Development Fund. We just wrap up. We'll take the Zongo Development Fund question, then we'll take a question from Bloomberg. Then I have also been called out the same way I called TV3, and let me add GH1 as well. Let's give fair reportage. It's fine. Report as you want to report, but don't cut my statement when you know it's not complete. It's unfair. So please, that's what we are saying. We are not telling you what to report. We are only saying that if I make a full comment and you bring one part of it and report on it, you are deliberately setting me up for something to satisfy your own agenda. Please, let's be fair. GH1 has also done the same. I think it's fair that we correct it. But I have been called out also by Ebenezer Donko. Eben, I can't see you. Please, give the microphone to Ebenezer Donko. Your Excellency, whilst you take a breather, and then we come back to it. We are taking three. So please,
let me address the Zongo Development Fund. I think that what is clear is that Zongo development wasn't a real issue. The Zongos, for the most part, had been used as political fodder by politicians. And we didn't really have a vehicle for Zongo and inner city development. And this is the genesis of the setting up of the Zongo Development Fund. And we are looking at setting this fund up. And this fund has done tremendous work. We've had over 200 completed projects in various areas like education, health, infrastructure, vocational training, entrepreneurial support, sports, and so on. We've done over 70 new classroom blocks are being constructed. 45 have been completed and commissioned in various Zongos. We've constructed over 30 ICT and community libraries in Zongo communities, and we've renovated and provided, we've renovated various schools and provided dual desks to several. Over 5,000 dual desks have been provided, and we've provided tertiary education grants to over 1,000 students. And we've given scholarships to 40 brilliant but needy students from Zongo communities to study medicine in Cuba. And we've donated about 50,000 textbooks to be distributed across the country. Over 1,000 youth from Zongos across the country have been trained and supported in various vocational skills, soap making, beads making, hairdressing, and so on. And then we've also seen a number of chip compounds constructed and some health facilities in Zongo communities. Also, drainage systems have been constructed, and the provision of places of sanitation facilities have also been done. So if you look at sports, we've also done astroturfs in Zongo communities. 17 have been completed, and we've done 100 mechanical water systems in many Zongos across the country. And street lighting as well. So what you are seeing is a major investment that has taken place in the Zongo communities, and you can point to specific things across the various communities and what the Zongo Development Fund has done. They've done an excellent job across the country. They've done an excellent job.
Your Excellency, kindly take a seat. We'll take just one last round. I know there are a lot of questions, but we are unable to take everybody's question. But because Ebenezer Donko has called me out publicly, let me take him. So please give the microphone to... let me please hold on. So we'll take Northeast. We'll take Northeast. Please, hang on. We'll take Northeast. We'll take... Bono region, round from the Bono area. We'll take between Volta and Oti, we'll take Oti. Then, so that's 3. We'll take Bloomberg, we'll take Ebenezer Donko, Natalie Ford, and then I see Stephen Zuri. Then finally, Geba will wrap up as a mother. So please let's use this order and then we can make progress. So for now, I see Bloomberg with the microphone.
All right. Thank you, Your Excellency, for the opportunity. Your manifesto promises seem to fall outside the program parameters and targets of the IMF. And you add by saying you're going to scrap some taxes. Do you perceive that you'll be seeking to review any portion of the IMF program to accommodate some of these things you plan to do? And if yes, which areas are you looking at? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, give it to Eben. He's used communist inferior tactics in getting me to... Does he have the microphone? Okay. Go ahead. He's here. He's here. He's here. He's here. He's right here. Please give it to him. But then, Stephen, please. Stephen, ask your question. Okay. You have the microphone. Go ahead.
Yes.
Give the microphone to Eben, but let's hear Northeast. Whilst Eben get the microphone.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Salifu Mbadama Idrisu, Wale FM, Wale. Yatwala Mampule. Dr. Nitma. Njela Bosa Abatana. Abai Banyela Mampule Kayil Banya Strumentary. Abai ma Yinya Paraku Mwala Yatwala. Kabaya Makia Mambo Siminya. Inyangan Dinasara. Nembia popuna kanya wala kya nangi kamara nyanga mbia kampa sabai ni itwa sukuru karanwa yatwa be sukuru yatwa ami babula babu sinya inyanga dinama into mbia university tebagba kabwa nyanga karanwa changa tourni. My last one is a comment, please. Yesterday I was watching Joy News program entitled
Are you
News
asking
5.
2 questions?
No, please, I beg you.
We don't know what you said in the first. Please, Uncle. The first one was your question.
I beg you. I was watching a program yesterday on News 5, and one independent presidential aspirant used a lot of unprintable words on you. And I was so sad to understand that the host sees nothing wrong with that. And I want to find out from you, when you do hear some of these things, how do you feel, or how do you take it as a person, not a president? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Northeast. Eben, then voter. Can I see the voter hands? OT, you are asking for voter in OT. That's fair, right? Okay, Eben.
All right, thank you very much. So my name is Eben. I work with YFM Ghana. I came all the way from Kumasi, actually.
You're welcome.
And YFM Ghana has always been one of Ghana's biggest when you talk about media especially with relations to the youth.
Please go to the question.
Now, the question is, I work in the creative arts industry. Most of the times, we get to see our celebrities or people in that industry only when it gets to elections. That's when politicians want to use them because they do know that they carry certain power and they can actually help communicate. Now, my challenge is that what do we have for the creative arts industry? So many things have been said. One of the things that they often look at is tourism, year of return, beyond the return, which everybody can attest to the fact that it's been successful. Now, what are we doing with our movies? What are we doing with our music, our internet? Because today, we can change the narrative and perception about Ghana with movies. But unfortunately, our movie industry is kind of on a decline. When you talk about actors and actresses, we get to hear of them when they're on their sick beds. There's nothing for them. Any kind of pension scheme, any kind of thing for them. What do we have for the creative arts industry? Since we hold a huge power to actually change the narratives of this country, and the creative arts industry also gets to employ thousands of people from tourism. Look at all the tourism sectors across the country. I remember speaking to one of the tourism sector ministers about...
Please wrap up, Aaron.
Sure. You get to some parts. My question is that what do we have for the creative arts industry? It shouldn't just be what we say. What are practicable steps we have for the creative arts industry?
Thank you, Eben. Please give the microphone to OT Region.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Baba Adam Sadiq. OT region, we all know, is an infant region with many problems as far as development is concerned. But one major problem that I would like to ask the Vice President, if Ghanaians give him the mandate to become the president, our number one problem is the bridge over River Oti. We all know that Oti is one of the food baskets in the country, and we also know that that road is an important road for motorists from the northern region coming down to the south and the vice versa. But the problem is government had promised the people of Oti, after we've been given the region, that a bridge will be constructed over River Oti. And since then, nothing has been done, or we've heard nothing. Now, when you are given the mandate to become the president, what will you do for the people of Oti?
Paul Adum Ochre. Then Yakunama will come, and then we are done.
Hello. Miracles, do I have the floor?
Yes, Paul.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mr. Vice President and colleague journalists. I think we're having a very interesting time. Mr. Vice President, I covered the NPP presidential primaries in 1998. I covered election 2000. I covered the NDC contest for election 2004, the one between Mills and Kwesi Botwe. I covered election 2004, 2008, 12, 16, 20. I have never seen a presidential candidate, whether in opposition or in government, focusing his campaign to the people about policy initiatives and policies that have been achieved. I also covered the UK election in 2001 for Tony Blair, and I covered also the UK election in 2019. You will find in those places that they were always articulating policy, what can be done, what can be solved. You will find here, in all of those historical elections, that we were not doing that until Mahamudu Bawumia arrived on the scene. Mr. Vice President, whatever happens in December, you have changed the politics of Ghana and Africa for a long time to come. I have nothing more useful to add except that God bless you.
Thank you, Paul.
God bless you.
God bless you too. Yakunama. Yakunama. Please take the microphone to Upper East, Natalie Ford, and then Kasapa.
thank God that finally grace located me for me to be called. Good evening, Your Excellency, and thanks for the opportunity. I go back to the manifesto. Improved, you proposed a number of new tax regimes. You talked about Ghana's ports being competitive to that of Togo. We know Togo is mainly duty-free. Is Ghana ports going to be duty-free? And if you do that, coupled with the number of taxes and levies you intend to abolish, then there will be shortfall in revenue, which we know that the budget we draw year by year is highly dependent on loans and donor support. So if there are shortfalls in revenue, how are you going to make up, and how will you fund all these lofty promises? Thank you.
Thank you, Yakurama. Upper East, please, and then Bono. Please, wait. Upper East, go ahead. Straight to the question, please.
Good evening, Vice President. In 2019, you accompanied the President to Tanting, widely known as Talisi District, to consult for the construction of the Kolgo multipurpose dam. Years down the line, nothing has happened. I mean, nothing substantial has happened. What has been done is that 11.9 million US dollars have been paid for some. No, for some, it is no work done. Now, I want to ask your understanding of what that money was used for, and if you think it is prudent use of the taxpayers' money. You've also said that you're going to ensure that it is constructed. We know in 2019, when the sword was cut, it was estimated to cost nearly $1 billion US dollars.
Please, your question.
Nearly $1 billion US dollars. Now it is 2024. It is not going to cost same. We know things have changed. What is the estimated cost now? And the last one.
No, you have only one question. Please give to Natalie Ford. Natalie Ford, then Kasapa.
Thank you. I'm Natalie Ford with the EIB
Snappy
Network.
with the question.
GH1 TV and Star FM. Your Excellency, North Tong MP Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa is seeking to introduce a private member's bill to prevent legislators and government officials from buying state assets. In the event that you're sworn into office, is this a bill that you would assent to?
Okay, please give it to the Kasapa and then give the microphone to the Bono rep. Kasapa.
Mr. Vice President, me pacho me mowajo. Me din di Efia Pokia, Ago TV, Kasapa FM. Me pacho bosu me ya shasiye ena wokan se nyame ya wadom na ubedi mampenya. I drive a 4 lines ye ni 2 years. Sabio kafrache wunhu nyansa bi ewo mu nti de beko 10 years. Ye hwe ye petrol ya yeto ewo oman mu nso a taxes ahodo bebre na gugu so spare parts ahodo a driver for yi ton so eya na eto akese na gu so adentina wunyi yi taxes na gu petrol no so no ema ne mafom na fe so spare parts a ne boa ye den no so no duties ahodo adeda so wonte so ema omunya free and that's what I'm dance bia you be 10 years because according to DVLA no 1 year checkups at the mom every year 2 years said you be your own benya nimdie any suahunu wom adentina sa taxes in the gugu petrol so spare parts so ye nyim free ho dance ye de be 10 years me dance
question I as I am driver's license 10 years and I said yeah Bono region please. Bono region, please give the microphone to the Bono. Bono
is here.
Bono is okay.
Yeah.
And
my name is
give to
Kwabena Nika from Moonlight FM, Sunyani. Your Excellency, the last time you were in Sunyani, I presented your book to you, and I told you I'm still eagerly waiting to sit you down and do an academic discourse on it. I think those who introduced you into the Ghanaian politics didn't do you well by actually letting us know what you stand for as far as your economic westgate is concerned. So let's do this when next you come to Sunyani. But I bring you greetings from Sunyani, and my people say I should ask you, everything that every government begins in Sunyani stalls halfway. I've covered politics in Bono region for close to 3 decades, and in the past 16 years, we've stagnated, and the 2020 results as far as parliamentaryship is concerned.
Your question.
Attest to the question I'm asking. Now, please, I'm asking my question. Now, the question is, has Bono wronged governments? Is there any animosity between local governance and national government? Because our people are crying for you. You cut sword for a major road which has stalled since you know. And
Thank
so
you.
have you wrong?
So thank you. Your question is well noted. Please, we're done. We're done. We
Thank you so
have just
much.
one last one from Stephen, and that's it. Nashoko,
Thank
please.
you so much. My name is Na Shoko. In addition to being a journalist, I work in theater production. And I speak for the many of us in the performing arts who have come to realize the potential of theater to enhance job creation and employ a lot of young people. And yet, the state of the National Theatre of Ghana keeps deterring a lot of patrons from attending our performances. And this is a major concern for a lot of thousands, actually, of young people who rely on theater for their livelihood. So my question is, can we expect to see an urgent resolution of this problem, if possible before December 7th, or at the very least, during your first 100 days in office? Thank you so much.
Thank you. At this juncture, no, please. In the initial stage, could you Sheldon was asking a question, did it end? I said, I'll call, please come. Bella, come, and then we're done. Thank you. So please, the two, and then we're done.
Thank
so please
you.
give the microphones to them.
Mr. Vice President, my name is Stephen Zuri. The Opposition National Democratic Congress. I am from mynewsgh.com. The Opposition National Democratic Congress claim you are making up being a taxi driver, a cleaner, and a laborer. Would you want to throw more light on these things? Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm back again. So my question borders on musicians in this country. Now, I have seen what you have highlighted in your manifesto when it comes to people in the creative arts. Now, recently, people that I've seen come into the media space to complain about royalties they receive from Gamro. These artists, they come out, they complain about receiving 300 CDs, 200 CDs, 500 CDs. Someone has created about 32 albums, a collection of royalties on his behalf, in 300 CDs, 200 CDs, and 400 CDs. You see them come in the news complaining about these things, and it looks like Gamro has not been enabled to collect royalties when it comes to our artists. And in certain jurisdictions, artists can release one song and eat off it for the rest of their lives. We don't see that here. And I want you to let me know what you are going to do to help enable Gamro to be able to collect royalties effectively, so that our artists wouldn't retire, and us on social media will be doing GoFundMe and all these things for them. So that is Gamro. And the last one is...
Thank you, Kojo.
Oh, no, this side.
Oh, who's that?
The last one is data issues in this country. I'm sure you have seen what Tech Kichi guys do on Twitter. We have all added our voice when it comes to how expensive data is in this country. Now, I create people always in the comment section complain about the fact that even the exorbitant amount are paying for not getting value for their money. We have highlighted this on several platforms. We have been interviewed. We have met with the NCA. We have met with key people in positions of power, and nothing is being done about it. Your government, you have not said anything about it. For someone who is a digitalization and agenda, don't you think we need internet to champion some of these things that you are highlighting in your manifesto?
Thank you, Kojo.
Thank you again for the opportunity, and I'll make this very quick. So I was just checking Fact Check Ghana to be sure I was asking the right question. And Media Foundation for West Africa has also fact-checked and confirmed that 8 people died in the 2020 general elections. We haven't heard the president make a statement on it in terms of justice or anything for that matter. I'm not sure I've heard you make any statements on it as well. And I've spoken to a lot of analysts who say that if you had addressed this very early on in your campaign, maybe you'd have had a greater chance at the presidency than you might have now. If you become, and that's a conversation I've had, I just want to find out from you what you make of this, and if you will address this matter. And finally, would you agree with Ghanaians who say that you should apologize for where we are at the moment, especially looking at all the promises that were made and the performance not matching to those promises? Thank you very much.
Thank you. At this juncture, I think we would continue on another occasion. We'll take the last one from Geba, Ghana Independent Broadcasters Association. Where's the Geba rap, please? Geba. Please give the microphone to Geba. Geba is your parent, oh. Don't do that. Let your parents speak. They will speak on behalf of Annie.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. In Ghana, as at the end of 2022, we had a significant 832 radio and TV stations, of which 707 are radio authorizations and 120 TV stations to service our population of 34 million. The free-to-air broadcasting model is an invaluable tool for governments, politicians, and citizens alike, and serves over 90% of our population. One significant industry hurdle is the financial sustainability of the media, which has hampered growth, and we've seen very low revenues due to the very competitive environment which has been created, leading to poor remuneration of media workers, journalists, and poor quality of broadcasting equipment and other issues. This situation further is exacerbated by a non-media friendly tax regime. The current high tax burden is challenging for most media houses and businesses, and the FTA media specifically have been facing pressure of the attempted introduction of an additional tax line, which is the CST, the Communication Service Tax, a consumer-designated tax as an additional tax for radio and TV stations that are doing the free-to-air service. Mr. Vice President, what is your position on using the taxation reliefs mentioned, reviews and innovation, tax reviews and innovations, such as the removal of CST for free-to-air broadcasters completely, and other tax incentives to enhance financial sustenance of our media landscape specifically, and enhance the remuneration of journalists and media practitioners, and enhance the ease of acquisition of new equipment, imports for media work, local content creation, technology upgrades, and improve operational costs for this special industry gathered here.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, you may give the answers now. Excellency, we are timing you at this point.
Okay, I'll try to keep it short. I think, yes, let's start. I think it started from Bloomberg that the targets of our fund program vis-a-vis my proposals, especially the scrapping of some taxes and so on. I don't see any inconsistency at all between what I am proposing and the fund program that we are engaged in. If you read my proposals very carefully, I start off by saying that we are going to bring down government expenditure by 3% of GDP. The proposals in terms of the tax cuts I'm proposing will not even come up to 0.5% of GDP. So, you have more than enough space to fund what I'm talking about. So I think that the issue at the end of the day for the program is to make sure we maintain fiscal sustainability. And you will see that in addition to reducing the government expenditure in favor of the private sector by 3% of GDP, I'm also proposing an amendment to the Fiscal Responsibility Act. First of all, to make the Fiscal Responsibility Council an independent Fiscal Responsibility Council, like the Monetary Policy Committee of the Central Bank, that will have oversight of fiscal responsibility. The second amendment I'm proposing is that unlike the current Fiscal Responsibility Act, where we have expenditure not exceeding 105% because of the current revenue, I'm even proposing a tighter fiscal rule where expenditure will not exceed 105% of the previous year's tax revenue, so that you don't get into a situation where you are making optimistic revenue forecasts and then go ahead to do the expenditure which doesn't get realized. So we are looking at a more stringent fiscal regime to do this in addition to that. So I think that the policies that I'm proposing are really very consistent with the fund program. I don't see any inconsistency at all. Wale FM was asking about the Pualugu Dam, and I think that it is something, and I think we had another question on it also. The Pualugu Dam is very important for agriculture in the north in general. It also is important for flood control. It's also important for the generation of hydropower, and this is why we call it the multi-purpose Pualugu Dam. And if you see the sort of damage the release of the water from the Bagri Dam does annually to our people, their homes, their crops, their animals, it's heart-wrenching. And the idea that we are looking at, a dam which would span large areas of the northeast and upper east regions, bringing in play about 28,000 hectares for irrigation. It tells you that it's a game changer whenever we get this dam done. Of course, the dam, as initially planned, was to cost about $1 billion US, as you rightly said. But we quickly ran into major issues following the COVID pandemic, and so many plans that were there we couldn't realize, no access to the capital markets and so on. So we're going to have to re-look at the funding model for the Pualugu Dam and bring in grant financing as well as private sector financing because of the opportunities that exist for the private sector with all of this agricultural land coming into play and all of that. So I think that is the issue. The issue of the universities in the new regions, I think a statement has already been made on that issue, that every new region should have a tertiary institution, ideally a university, and I think that is something I will support. The issue of what happens when people, how do I feel when people insult me? When you are in politics, it's par for the course in a sense. There's not much you can do. People just, for no reason, but for their own parochial reasons, just will insult you. But as long as it doesn't stop me from doing what I want to do for the people of Ghana, I will not be perturbed. As long as they keep insulting me, I'll keep getting things. I'll keep getting things done for our people. I think that the issue has come, I think, in the area of the creative arts. I think it's a very, very, very important area for our economy. It's one of those areas, frankly, that, you know, over the time, we have not really invested enough in. But my own view is that the returns to investment in this area are huge, because we have just natural born talent in this country. Talent that, you know, cannot be really replicated in many areas, and talent that we can get a lot out of in terms of the economy and so on. So my general view of the creative arts and area and tourism is that it's a major growth pool for the economy, an area that we should pay attention to and invest in. If you look at what we've done so far in the area of the creative arts and so on, in the area of governance, we've set up the National Film Authority to evolve the dynamics of sustaining and culturally conscious film industry. We passed the Creative Arts Bill and set up the Creative Arts Agency to develop the creative arts industry. The LI on tourist sites was also passed, and we've completed the draft on the creative arts education policy. In terms of infrastructure, which is, you know, usually the tourism and the creative arts tend to go hand in hand. We've completed the Kwame Nkrumah Memorial Park, the upgrading of the Kintampo Falls, the Bunsu Eco Park, the Nzulenzu Village, Salaga Slave Market, Pikworo Slave Camp, Tafe, Atome Monkey Sanctuary, Bonwere Kente Museum. All of these works have been completed, and we have ongoing projects in the Nationalism Park, Taneboasi Sacred Grove, Geese Park, the Creative Arts School, and Denchura Chechewere Eco Park. These are pieces of infrastructure that we are working on. Of course, in terms of marketing, as was noted earlier, we've instituted the Year of Return, the Beyond the Return, December in Ghana, Ghana Week in DC, Washington, DC, and Ghana Week in South Africa. And we are providing support for various agencies. Grants have been given to Menchia Museum, Bisara Bewa, Pan-African Heritage Mission, the Film Support Program for Film Producers, also by the Ghana Tourism Authority. You have the film pitch by the National Film Authority, and the support for several festivals and events, including the Chalaote, Little Havana, Rhythms on the Runway, Westside Festival, and so on. So I think that if you look at some of these things that we've been doing, there's been quite a bit that has been done, and we need to do quite a bit more. I think that one of the areas that I was having a discussion yesterday, I think, which has just also been mentioned here, essentially to do with a collection of royalties, and how it was brought to my attention yesterday by someone just in a discussion. And I think that is something that we have to, because it looks like the nature, from what I hear, some of our artists have designated people either in the United States or somewhere to do the collection of the royalties and so on. We need to have a better approach and help Gambro in this area. I think that we're going to use tax incentives, including the flat tax, to incentivize private sector investments in tourism and the creative arts. We want to implement an e-visa policy for all international visitors to Ghana to make visa acquisition fast, and roll out a visa-free policy for all nationals of African and Caribbean countries visiting Ghana. We'll also establish, in partnership with the private sector, a streaming and digital management platform for Ghanaian content developers in the creative arts industry. And we want to also establish a travel protocol service for the creative community to enable artists, performers, and other creatives honor international performances and shows. So we want to do some of these things to really help the creative arts. I think for me it's a growth pool, it's an industry where if we really pay attention to, we can do a whole lot. The OT bridge, again, came up, and I think it's something that is still on the drawing board, and I don't think we need to give up on it. It's a critical bridge across the OT, and so I can see how important it is for all of us, and I would definitely be very interested in the OT bridge. What competitive duties, Togo. Togo is not duty-free. Many people are under the misapprehension that Togo is duty-free. Saying that we will benchmark with Togo doesn't mean that you are benchmarking with zero. In fact, Togo charges duties and so on. It's not a duty-free port. The question, as I said, was how will you fund your priorities? What I'm proposing is basically to expand the tax base. You want to expand the tax base by broadening the tax, digitalizing the tax, making the tax rate flat so that compliance is very easy for everyone. So I don't really, and then also reducing the government expenditure by 3% of GDP. I don't really see a funding challenge for our promises. In fact, there's no problem really to fund the promises that we are making, because they will be financed. As I said, Palugu, we want to look at grant and private sector financing, buying state assets. I think that it's something that we should all support. If we have any bill that prevents state officials from buying state assets, I think it's very well in the right direction. The issue about driver's licenses, as I said, we would move the validity to 10 years, but you renew it every 5 years. And we are hoping by moving to the flat duty for the imports, people will find that there's a bit more reasonableness in the duties that are being paid, and a little bit more predictability in the duties that are being paid at the ports. Bono has not wronged government. I think there is a sense that Sunyani project started, have stalled. I hope we can get that perception off the table in completing ongoing projects. There, I think there was a comment also on the state of the National Theatre, but I think from that comment there seems to be an issue of maybe renovating the National Theatre, because you're saying that it should be done before the election, which means that maybe it's not a major construction effort, but maybe a renovation. I will get some answers to that particular question. Stephen Zuri was saying that they're saying that I was not a cleaner or a by-day worker or a taxi driver. What haven't they said to everything? Basically, it's just not. It's just laughable. So we'll leave that alone. It's just, yeah. So then data is expensive. I totally agree with you, especially as we are trying to build a digital economy. So I've made the point in the manifesto. We've made the point in the manifesto that we need to bring down the cost of data. Thankfully, I think that Starlink is coming in at the end of this month. I'm hoping that some competitiveness will come, but I've also said that in our allocation of spectrum in the future, we need to focus more on inclusion and bringing down the cost of data. So it is something that we are really going to pay attention to in the context of building this digital economy. And this is also why the cost of devices, we're trying to look at bring down the cost of devices like the mobile phones as we build this digital state that we are looking at, because we want to take off the import duties on the mobile phones. Yeah, so that is basically some of what we are trying to do. I think there was a question. I don't remember.
Excellency, there's one question on the Yendi tax system.
Yendi taxes?
Yendi and Tamale, actually.
Yeah,
the water system.
Yeah, okay, let me go. Let's go through it. I think there was a question that 8 people died in the 2020 election, and the president, or me, we have not commented on it. I'm not quite sure whether the president has commented or not. But any time we lose a life in any circumstance, it doesn't have to be an election. I think it's really a very sad event when you talk about loss of life for anybody. And so I think that it's very, very a sad occurrence if for people who died during the election, maybe out of conflict or something. So it is something that I hope the authorities, law enforcement authorities, have dealt with or are dealing with. I'm not quite familiar with the full current status of that particular situation, but the people who are responsible should be brought to book to deal with this issue. The issue also, the question was also that should I apologize for not being a good economic manager? It's very interesting, because when you look at the work that we have done, let me go through some of it. For the first time in our history, first time since independence, we have a national ID system. For the first time. For the first time in our history, we've championed national ID at birth for all children at birth, together with their birth certificates. Never happened in our history. For the first time in our history, with the Ghana card, you don't need a guarantor to get a student loan. The first time in our history, Ghana has a comprehensive address system. We've struggled with this for 60 years. 60 years. It's only under our government and with my initiative that we have a comprehensive digital address system. For the first time in our history, you have 100% access to financial inclusion in Ghana. For the first time in our history. For the first time in our history, we have drones delivering medical supplies to 2,694 facilities and saving lives. 540,000 flights have been made so far to very remote parts of Ghana. Daily, they are going at an average of about 100 flights a day from each of the 6 drone centers, saving lives. So many lives have been saved. Women in childbirth, needing blood, people who have been bitten by snakes. We get the report that the drones are saving. And Ghana is the whole world's largest medical drone delivery service. The whole world. The whole world. Our people can sit at home and enroll in national health insurance from home and renew national health insurance that they had so much problems with. Today, people can stay at home and buy electricity credit and pay their children's school fees and other things right on their mobile phone. Today, you have a lot of bureaucracy in the public service delivery space that has really been eliminated. You're getting through passports, getting a driver's license, clearing goods at the ports, and so on, have become much easier because of digitalization than before. Much, much, much easier. Today, we have an e-pharmacy system, platform in Ghana. I went to Ho in 2019, met with the pharmacists and challenged them. I said, let's do an e-pharmacy platform. Let's bring all the pharmacies in Ghana together on one platform. And today we have 2,456 pharmacies that have been brought together on one platform. For the first time in our history. For the first time in our history. So today, if you receive a prescription from a doctor, you can get to the e-pharmacy platform and it will tell you which pharmacy near you has the medicine and how much it costs. This is the first country in the whole of Africa to have an e-pharmacy platform, and it is Ghana, the whole of Africa, to have an e-pharmacy platform, and it is Ghana. Today we have put together Ghana.gov platform where we have onboarded over 1,000 MMDAs. But we are left with less than 20 MMDAs to complete the whole Ghana.gov. So whenever you want to interact with government, you go to Ghana.gov and you either apply for the service or pay for the service or whatever. Today, when we came in, only 4% of adult Ghanaians had a tax identification number. Today, it's 85%. And that is a major, the really major accomplishment that we are doing. Today, what we have done for the first time in our history under the e-health program, you know, before you could go to the hospital and they'll tell you your folder is missing. Today, what we have done is to digitalize the medical records and network the hospitals, all teaching hospitals, all regional hospitals, all district hospitals. The patient records have all been digitalized. And those hospitals are networked. So if they refer someone from Wa to Kolebu, they don't need to come with their folder. All they need is their ID number. It will be put in the computer in Kolebu, and all their medical history will appear to the government. And we are the first country in the whole of Africa to do this, and one of the few in the world, because I've been looking at the networking of hospitals across the world in this manner. We have one of the very few in the world to do this, one of the very, very few. Today, sickle cell patients are able to get hydroxyurea on the NHIS. Today, childhood cancer is covered on the NHIS. Today, we have free kidney dialysis for over 60 patients and under 18 patients. Today, we have the National Rental Assistance Scheme for the first time in our history to deal with this problem of rent advance. And as I said, it's working very, very well, and we will do it. Today, for the first time in our history, we have the Zongo Development Fund, over 200 projects, and we are moving forward with that. Today, for the first time in our history, we've implemented a gold purchase program at the Bank of Ghana. We've also brought in gold for oil program, which is going to be a major thing for our economy going forward. And today, one of the things that we have done, which will be hopefully outdooring before the end of this year, is to bring in a local Uber-like app for our local taxis. Taxis having major problems because they are being outcompeted by Uber. We have done an app for them, and they will soon be able to operate like the way the Uber or Yango or Bolt is operating. So that when we take a taxi, we don't have to be taking the money abroad. We can keep the money in Ghana. And that work has been virtually completed, and we will outdoor it very, very soon. So when you look at how we are changing Ghana, and you look at the performance of the economy before we came into office, we are doing much better across virtually every sector than the man who wants to come back. Every sector. The man who wants to come back, right? So I am very proud of my record. Very, very proud of it. So the issue for GIBA was free-to-air model and the financial sustainability of it. I think that one of the things which as you spoke, I thought was very, very important for us and hopefully we may have to have a meeting to get a better, fuller understanding. But I believe that the flat tax system that we are coming up with for many businesses will help, because you were talking about the tax regime not being media friendly. I think that generally the tax regime has not been business friendly. And this is why I want a complete overhaul of the tax regime. I want a business and citizen friendly tax regime. And this is where we're going. And I believe that once we implement the tax reforms that we are proposing, we will broaden the tax base and we'll make it very simple. When I was thinking about this, I asked myself the question, which country has the best tax regime in the world? The research came up with Estonia. Estonia has been #1 in tax regime, business friendliness for the last 10 years in a row. That has been Estonia. So I decided to take a team. Took a team, GRE and a few others, and we went to Estonia. We met with all their key players, President, Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, the equivalent of GRE, and we went through their system. Of course, it was very clear that the simplicity of that system, friendliness of that system. No, you don't really need to appoint an accountant to tell you how much you owe. It's just a flat tax. I was very persuaded that we will have a very, very good system with a flat tax system in Ghana. And this is where I wanted. So it's just like you pay your tithe in church. You know, everyone knows exactly how much they have to pay. You know, it's that situation. And that is why I want us to start on a clean slate. And that is why we are going to introduce a tax amnesty for businesses and individuals so that we all start on a clean slate in this area. I am very, very thankful for this opportunity. I am running for president because I believe I can really help transform this country. I believe that we are not at our potential. I believe it's really possible to really move this country in leaps and bounds. I believe we are limited in our mindsets. We are not believing that it is possible. I want to take Ghana on this journey of possibilities. I want us to overtake many of these countries. I want to create jobs for our people. I want to take care of the vulnerable. I want to educate our people and make sure that we build an economy, a world-class digital economy, which is based on systems and data, that it wouldn't depend. When your economy is based on systems and data, it doesn't depend on who you know. Because when it comes to who you know, then only a few benefit. But we want to move more towards a disciplined society, and systems bring discipline, more discipline as a society. Because in the advanced countries, things work. People are disciplined because the systems are there to check you. You know, systems check you. And so I believe that we should put in place the systems, and we will get a more disciplined society and a more vibrant society, a prosperous society, a job-creating society. That's why I want you to help me to become president of the Republic of Ghana. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Like the Gen Zs will say, he's very mindful, cutesy, and very demure. Please put your hands together again for the leader and the flavor of the Democratic Party, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia.
Bold solution for the field.
Thank you. So at this juncture, please, let's continue putting our hands together for the Vice President as he sits down. Very, very mindful, very cutesy, and very demure. His Excellency Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. 4 hours of grilling questions, 4 hours of answering one of the toughest questions that any sitting vice president has ever been subjected to. And you all agree that never in our recent time have we ever seen any presidential candidate subjected to such grilling questions. Please put your hands together again for Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. Let me quickly say that it's unfortunate we are unable to take every single question for obvious reasons. Over 200 people in this room. Please, we apologize. Just as when you open your phone lines on your radio shows and your TV shows, you are unable to take every call. Mr. Jantua, forgive me because you are unable to pick all your calls on your morning show. Forgive me. Taku, forgive me. There are going to be a lot more of such engagement. Annie, forgive us. And we'll engage more so we can ask a lot more questions. For those of us who couldn't get a registration done before getting into the auditorium, please show your invitation at the registration desk and complete the process. We gave each of us copies of the abridged version of the manifesto. Please, let's go through this manifesto and let's continue the conversation from tomorrow. God bless us all. I started the program with a prayer, and I'll say the closing prayer as well. Father Lord, we thank you for such an intriguing engagement. We thank you for guiding us through the process for over 4 hours. We pray that as we get back to our homes, you join us on this journey and help us to get back home safely. This and many more we pray for in the mighty name of Jesus. Thank you and have a good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello? Please don't forget to go back to the registration desk if you didn't complete the process. So go there, show your invitation to the ladies and gentlemen there, and sign off. And they do announcements, it's housekeeping issues. I'm just briefly, so we can order. Then we can proceed. Thank you.
With God, it is possible. With God, it is possible. It is